Okay, so let's get started. Welcome everyone to this DMR workshop. We are calling it From Diverse Datasets to United Nations Public Good Tasks. We will have quite a packed day. I think the program will run just a little bit after lunch. So we hope everyone will stick by and we'll have interesting conversations. And this is just a quick how the sessions will look like. We may shift things up and down based on need and also the time that we have, but we hope that we can manage to have everyone speak and also have good outcomes for this session. So if you need any assistance, this room, I don't think we'll have someone who has this yellow t-shirt, but you can reach out to me. I'll be happy to assist you. For those who have a leader's pass, you can access the VIP lounge. It's on this floor. If you go the other side, there's free coffees, lunch, and some food for everyone if you have it. If you are a speaker, but you have a general pass, just let me know and I'll see what I can do. So yeah, and for Wi-Fi, on your badge, you have username and password, so you can join the IT Wi-Fi. So that's it. I give it over to you, please.
All right, let's do this one more time. Share. Okay, I will try to keep this short and sweet. And there you go. Just a bit of context. As I said, this started a bit as an enthusiast mini project, and I think a year or a half ago, for example, Isabelle and a few others, we had a nice meeting in the US, which led to a bunch of interesting developments. So we have this DMLR series now, and I see there's also two researchers here from the last ICLE workshop, actually, that just took place a few weeks ago in Vienna. So this is a workshop series. There's a journal around it. And then we have a bunch of interesting infrastructure activities as well. The most prominent one is Croissant. And Luca is here as well. He will open the first block with some perspective on that health dimension. And that is kind of also the theme for today. So we want to kind of understand how we can push data-centric ideas and infrastructure and leverage them to index data sets and data artifacts so that it becomes easier to work on tasks that actually matter. And to make this a bit more grounded, we picked health since we have a bunch of public good experts here. And I think one of the first things that we realized at the initial Asiloma meeting, we were thinking, how can we make this happen? And quickly we realized we need to talk in places like this with people from the organizations that actually know what public good endpoints and targets are. Since in machine learning, I'm an engineer, I have some idea, but it's easy to kind of assume and pick the wrong target. So that's one of the goals of this meeting today. I just want to briefly give a bit of structure and then make a short, just a few coordinates for the schedule so that we're all on the same page, and then we can get started. Let me maybe skip right to this lay of the land. So what are we going to cover today? So we have three different blocks, three different destinations. And please forgive me if you were given the wrong passport or nationality in these blocks. But we try to organize them a bit. So we have Luca and Alex and Isabelle who all in their own right have done tremendous work in developing platforms for testing models, for hosting competitions, for hosting data. And we want to get a bit of an inventory what is happening in the space with respect to platforms. Then we have a group of people who are going to talk more towards the kind of use cases. Ferath is here from LREN, where he's doing a lot of work on brain health and radiology. Enrique from IAEA, who have a vast data set in the space, and then Pratik from Bayer, who kind of has a bit more cross-sectional view, I think, along these topics, both in pharma and radiology and the infrastructure that goes into it, as well as Johannes. And forgive me that you are not on this official map yet, but we will rectify this later. So this is an inclusive nation where everybody is welcome. And yeah, if we have more, I heard there's another person who has a contribution, I think you read, so we will try to find a way to make that work. And then we want to finish at the Are We There Yet island, basically. So Shada, who is subbing for Samir and Eva, they know the WHO kind of part of the story very well. They have been doing a lot of work. And together with some of us, also Ferath and I have been involved in these activities. And then Prem and Steve maybe have a version of what such a kind of interconnected index looks like for part of that story, for the health story. And over the course of this journey, hopefully we kind of piece together some of the new ideas that we encountered today. So we want to kind of take inventory. That's the kind of the first goal. The goals of this meeting are really simple. So we want to kind of take stock of what's there, align a bit on the North Star, and then coordinate a bit on the roadmap. And that's a big word for what I'm actually planning. It's just basically putting emails and names down next to all these organizations that are here today that can support in that effort. And I maybe preface this to take some of the heat off. So sorry to put you on the spot, Luca, but I know that Anna, your colleague, already is in kind of putting things in motion to expand this format that I mentioned, croissant, into a health extension. So we have somebody willing to kind of push this. So if we rally around it, then I hope in 1 year's time, we can come back here and have made another nice step. And I included this because actually we met here, indeed we met here last year for the AI for Good Summit in 2023, when the croissant was still a pipe dream, so that's it was still kind of in development, and now fast forward, it is already integrated across a bunch of platforms, including Hugging Face and Kaggle, with more than 400,000 data sets. So it is possible, even with like open source projects, to make a lot of inroads, and we hope that we can carry this momentum on for the next year, to have some tangible next steps towards this system, also in healthcare. Okay, so then with that, I would hand it over to Luca. And for all the speakers, feel free to introduce yourself. I did this lay of the land thing so that we don't have to spend too much time on like sharing each other's CV. But obviously feel free to fill in any gaps that I missed here, or if you want to highlight something, anyway, you will do that as part of your talk. Okay.
Okay. Hey, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It makes me so happy to be here. This is my first time at AI for Good. Have my wife, who's actually a real OG in AI for Good in the audience, and my daughter, which I hear is the youngest participant of the conference. Oh, wow. And I managed to put this within the 30-second of my presentation. That's great. I'm going to share a little bit something we learned about sharing and opening up health data from the perspective of Sage Bionetworks, which is the organization I lead. So I'm going to start telling you a little bit about Sage and then, broaden it up to the whole ecosystem. We're a nonprofit based in Seattle, Washington. 120 employees, started in 2009. I became president a year ago. And our mission is what you read there, is to drive a new age of discovery through truly open science and radical collaboration. Our vision is that of a future where all the biomedical sciences that now live in silos can actually work together and learn from each other. And we're far away from there, and it's going to take decades. But we're trying to make progress in that direction, starting by socializing data. Our goal, our immediate short-term strategy is to maximize the reach and impact of biomedical data and derivatives, like what you can build on data. We do so through 3 ways. At the center of our infrastructure, there's Synapse, which is a data repository. We're one of the 9 NIH-listed generalist repository for sharing data. So if you are an NIH-funded researcher, NIH is the biggest funded institution for health in the United States, $50 billion budget a year. NIH now mandates that if you do collect data with NIH funds, you need to share it. And you have one of 9 choices to do so if you don't have a specific platform for your own domain. And Synapse is one of those. We managed more than 2 petabytes of data across 20,000 projects. We have also a free plan. If you have less than 100 gigabytes of data, anywhere in the world you are, you can put your data on Synapse, mint the DOI, take it from your paper, and it's going to live forever. Okay? That's not enough. So a lot of data sets that are shared are not used, and that's going to be a recurrent theme of this presentation. So another thing we do is that we build portals on data sets that are more important, bigger, that actually we help coordinate and collect, where you have to bring together people from different sites and organize data through the same data model. You have to do releases over time. So then we help them release the data with portals, and portals are usually faceted search, keyword search that helps you navigate a data sets as a user. One of our most famous one is AD Knowledge Portal, one of the oldest one. And we have some evidence on that portal actually help secondary reuse, help people that have not collected the data to come and use that data. When I say reuse, I mean, someone that didn't collect the data use the data. People call it secondary reuse. Reuse is the word I'm going to use for this presentation. And then we do a third thing, which is challenges. Data challenges like Kaggle competition, but for biomedical data, which is tricky because sometimes you cannot share the data with your participants, right? So you need to share synthetic replica with them. They train models on that. You take the model, you bring it in on a secure enclave, retrain it on the real data, test it on a holdout set, return the leaderboard information to them. So we build a platform that does that. One thing we understand is it's a fight that cannot be fought alone. We need a lot more platform like that. We need Kaggle, we need us, we need anyone that's doing challenges should be doing more challenges in biomedical world. So we also started indexing all these efforts. If you go to openchallenges.io, that's our effort to index all biomedical challengers that are out there. If you see your one missing, please send me an email, we'll add it. Okay, so we work with a lot of folks. In Europe, you might not recognize a lot of these logos, but in the United States, these are respectable folks that are entrusting us with their data, and we try to again maximize the reach and impact of their data. But it's hard. And let me see if I can get back my speaker notes. Otherwise, it's gonna be a problem, quite frankly. Okay, give me 1 second. Someone has a joke to say? Okay.
Big pressure, Luca.
Yeah, well, okay. Now we're gonna get the version of Luca without speaker notes. It's gonna get wild. Okay, so This game we're playing is hard. Share a thing that by definition cannot be shared because it's too sensitive. Lots of this data has patient information. It's either directly identifiable or re-identifiable. And I'm a high dimension theoretical computer science by background. There is no easy way to de-identify high dimensional data. Time series, tables, you're doing, okay? So let's just take that, take a deep breath. This is going to be the status quo. Like this data cannot be fully in the open as a tar.gz that people can download in a play and put in Hugging Face. It's just not going to happen, right? Let's make peace with that. So how do you do that? Well, it doesn't really work that well. It is hurting, I think, the fields. If you go to Papers with Code, which is a resource that tries to put together all papers in AI that have code attached to it, and you sort data sets for the most cited one, or whatever metric you want, really, the first health-related data sets you see is Mimic at position 45, okay? And before that, you have everything, computer vision, geo, pollution, everything. And Mimic itself is considered an outlier in the machine learning community of something that has an outsized success, right? The mean of the distribution is much worse than Mimic, okay? So we are missing an opportunity here. And you might say, well, the AI community doesn't care about health. Okay, cool. And if I see that yesterday the AI in Health workshop and this conference was run in this very room of 25 seats when the conference has 3,000 people, maybe there is a cultural problem, but we need to address that in a separate place. But I contend that that's not the whole problem. I contend that the big part of the problem is really a knowledge gap. And this is my anecdotal experience of an AI researcher that also runs a biomedical data sharing platform. When I go to NeurIPS or KDD or iClear or ICML or Chill or whatever you want, and I get approached by younger researchers that are like, I really would like to work on health, but data is so scarce. And I'm like, yes, you're right. But do you know about Synapse? No. Do you know about Vivli? No. Do you know about the Whole of Us Research Benchmark? No. Do you know about UK Biobank? Yes, but you have to pay. Okay, well then, like all the data you could use, you don't know about. And the answer is like, are those on Hugging Face? And they cannot be, right? They cannot be on Hugging Face. We are missing a huge opportunity to engage a giant community from more than an anecdotal perspective. One thing that is measurable harm is reproducibility. We've written papers about that. If you take the machine learning for a health community, you try to measure them in very basic reproducibility measures, such as do they share data sets, do they share code, or do they even put error bars around point estimates? You see that they score lower as compared to computer vision, natural language processing, and other more established fields of machine learning. Like in the plot, you always see that there is a red dot, a yellow dot on the bottom side of the bisector. It means compares unfavorably. And we see that, and that paper is from 2019, but we saw it again in 2023 when we looked at machine learning models for detecting COVID from wearable data. It's all over the place. It is not out there. Code is not out there. So we don't have a good understanding of what the sensitivity and specificity of this model will be if they were released in the wild. Okay, so reproducibility is a clear, quantifiable hit. But I think the biggest hit is really that we are missing to engage hundreds of thousands of people. If you go to Hugging Face and you sort data sets by most downloaded in the last month, you get 14 million downloads, okay? So we're missing the opportunity to engage the most vibrant, excited, huge community in AI with health data, right? And I think that's a societal issue here. So what do we do about it? Well, first of all, we have to deeply internalize that sharing does not mean reuse. Sharing does not imply reuse in any way. Our friends from high energy physics already wrote a paper about that in 2018. Open is not enough, where they contend that you actually should build communities and build tools around data in order to make it used. And they have it easy because their data is fully in the open. It's not controlled access like the health one we're talking about. So if you do have controlled access on top of that, which means that sometimes you have to identify yourself as a researcher. You have to explain that you're not going to try to identify the data sets. You have to explain that your intent of analysis is aligned with informed consent. All important things to do, but that means that the access is controlled. Then you fall in the bottom right part of the slides, which is a lot of health data is open in appearance only. Like you have to jump through a lot of hoops to actually get that on your machine if you ever can, okay? So we have to internalize that checking the box of openness to make the NIH PO happy, not enough. We have to actively make sure that reuse is happening. I will contend, maybe this is controversial, I would love your feedback here, that open is not necessary. And this is a relief because again, we're not going to get around privacy. We're not going to get around that, right? So if we make peace with the fact that this data is going to stay controlled access, maybe we can start working on solutions that make everything that is exposable exposed, okay? And so here I'm talking about croissant extension for health data, where you have rich and deep use-oriented data descriptor. Already in the data description, you have machine-readable information on how can you use this data, what you can or cannot do. And then I'm talking about maybe one step further. Can we give some synthetic replica for people to play with, to inspect, to look for outliers, right? Synthetic data means generative models. We're starting having really good generative models for a lot of modalities. Not all of them, DNA is still out there, but the time is now to build those things. And they could even be part of the data descriptor itself, right? And then, wild idea, don't we want to use LLM for everything? Let's use LLMs for data sets as well. Can you chat with a data set? If you start familiarizing with a data set, faceted search does not work because you already have to know the variables. And if you don't know the data set, you're not going to know the variables, you get lost. But if you start asking questions to the data sets that are based on the metadata and on the papers that are published on it, what question were answered by this data? What questions are still open? What is this data? When was it collected? What was the informed consent about? Maybe that is a way where you can try before you buy and start getting invested before you make that choice of asking for access. My last two slides. So this beautiful short book that I just got to know a week ago, and I wish I had known for a lot longer, is an in-depth qualitative and quantitative research on how users discover data. Okay. So you start with a goal. Hey, I have a question that I want to confirm or disprove. I'm looking for a data sets. So you start with a goal-oriented or process-oriented task, and then you start searching. And there's a lot of surprises of people search for data. That was like mind-blowing. And then when you get to something, you start looking at relevance, usability, and quality, which is task-dependent. So it's hard to assess without touching the data. And then you start inspecting and placing and engaging socially about, hey, do you also see this outlier in row 55? Oh, okay, well then it's fine. All of this for health data, as we share it today, is behind curtains, right? Like not even the search is possible because we kind of like make the file name fully in the open, but sometimes not even the metadata. So what is the chance that someone is going to go through that process I described, and then start picking at it and trying before you buy and before you make the investment to actually go request for access? It's zero, right? Like everybody stops at the curtains. And the opportunity really is to peel these curtains and put in the open everything that is not private information that could facilitate that process of discovery and decision to make reuse. So I conclude with how this conference started. If you were around here on Wednesday, you had Jim Zemlin, the executive director of the Linux Foundation. He's been running the Linux Foundation for 20 years. He knows a thing or two about open source. He said that open source software has saved the world $9 trillion and is, and this is not his study, this is a study from Harvard Business School, and makes 80 to 90% of all the modern software stack. Okay. Now imagine if health data was shared and reused in a healthy way. Like what could it do, right? What could it do for society? So we need to figure it out. I hope we can start figuring it out today by, Croissant for Health. We need to get together diverse ability, diverse knowledge, right? I'm a computer scientist, but we need, biologists, we need people in life science, we need all sorts of abilities, and we need funding. Right? Even just like creating synthetic replica at scale costs a lot of money. So, my invitation is help me understand how we start liberating some of this health data, make it available for everyone. Thank you.
Alex, why you set up? We originally had the plan to squeeze through like 3 of these presentations and then have a discussion, but maybe we can already, like at least I have some live thoughts basically. So the one I feel that also translates to other public good tasks is this problem that you described, I guess, of where do we channel the GPU hours basically, right? So they all live on Hugging Face. Whatever they encounter, they will kind of push through that, that data budget that you can find there. And I really like this analogy with a curtain. So I'm wondering whether it's is it a matchmaking problem where there is a big need and there is all this wealth of like this gold treasure of data, but people have trouble accessing it, or is there like is there a problem?
Gentlemen, head on over to the center stage in room 8
Alright,
on
so
the ground
guys,
floor.
head out. Or is it an issue that the tasks are not understood to be important? I'm not sure sometimes what is cause and effect, or is this a feedback loop that leads to like a vicious like cycle where these things are then these data sets are not being used, but where do you see the kind of the main cause of this underutilization?
As you know, causal analysis from observational data is really hard to do, in fact, impossible theoretically. So, but I have my own opinion. As an entrepreneur in health, before taking over a nonprofit, one big problem I've seen is that health is not an issue for the healthy, quite frankly. Who are the folks that are working in AI and machine learning today? Mostly young people, healthy people, right? When do you start caring about health and starting funding company and like thinking about Alzheimer's is actually a problem you should care about? In your 40s. So there is a cultural disconnect. That is true, right? And I think we should be doing educational work there. But I also think there is like a data findability problem. Like the health and bio community just doesn't think about the user side that much. Thinks about protecting, rightfully so, the contributor and the patients as part of the contributor. So sometimes that it overweights the closing up. So I think it's both. Easy answer. And I see a lot of hands, and one that popped up really quickly. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much. First, thank you very much for your presentation. Super interesting that what you're actually trying to achieve. Because my question comes from the data engineering background, so let me play a little bit of devil's advocate and ask you that from the other edge. So you completely sold me on the benefits, like of kind of like utilizing that data set as it is. But speaking to other folks, like and especially like I'm from Europe, like, so we are definitely like always like about data privacy and everything. But looking at it as a data engineer, and I think like if you solve this question, by the way, this might be interested to financial sector as well, because they are very sensitive, especially investment banking, about exactly the same issue. So my question originally, before you start that discussion, was sort of like, I can imagine like how generative models, how you would test them to make sure that you still don't have like a model drift or anything like that, and you still represent, like the underlying data sets. I think like one thing, and this is where it comes like to my follow-up question on your discussion, because I personally do not think that there is a like young folks bias. I think like there is, especially here, like once the data is leaked, there's no way to get it back. I think there's definitely a benefit. I agree with you. There is also a massive risk that if that data was strangled, as I'm so excited that you already kind of answered some of those questions, is that it's not only like that people who are unhealthy, I think that they are more worried about having their data leaked than people who are healthy. Because, like most of the people who are not really savvy with this sector, they will be probably caring about less important stuff, like how it would affect their insurance or how it would affect them on a job market. But to be honest, there is much more nefarious, and I think that's if it would leak to the black market, like that internal data is so sensitive, it can be used for fraudulent purposes. And that's just outweighed any benefits which we can bring in, like as a scientific society. So I think like my question was, now going to a generative AI, super interesting technology. You can kind of go start chatting with it. But since we are at the sort of beginning of this entire journey, and we still didn't properly figure out how to even avoid all the jailbreaks on large language models for textual data and multimodal vision models, you can sometimes see that even the open source model kind of expose themselves, that they train the model on Shutterstock images, and stuff like that. How would you build the trust? Because that's, I think, more important than, how would you build the trust that people who are exposing that data, that it wouldn't get leaked through one of those gateways which we are tackling, with large language model?
No. So this is a key question. I really do believe that the sensitiveness of the data, true or perceived, is at the core of a lot of what we talked about. Why am I saying true or perceived? Because sometimes open data interference only, great paper there, that's used as an excuse for not sharing. Okay, but if you rule that out, there is some genuine concern of, can this be used? Can people be re-identified? I think two things. One is, in my last 10 years, my background has become more and more of the medical kind. People when you are trying to make a case for a new drug to be approved, okay, you do a non-inferiority trial. So you test your intervention as compared to the standard of care, as compared to something that's out there already. Okay, and so you look, you really weigh cost and benefits actively, even from an economics perspective. Like, this is health economic studies, a whole field. We're not doing that so much in the health data privacy world, right? Like we think about the privacy leak, which is definitely devastating and has a cost, but that cost is finite, okay? And how much is that cost? I don't see that ever being trying to measure, and versus what is the benefit that we're losing because we're not doing research on that data. It's a hard question to ask, but I think it's a necessary question to ask because, as you might know from behavioral psychology, humans have a thing that's called negativity bias. So we tend to weight 6x, I think is the rule of thumb, bad news versus good news, right? So when I tell you that something scary is gonna happen, you're gonna be like, okay, I don't care about all the good things. I don't even want to measure them. So that's the first thing I want to say. I think we should be doing health economic studies on the cost and benefits of sharing data and understanding that there is risk there. The second thing that gets me really excited, which is a practical one, is that I'm starting to see companies that when they create synthetic replica or when they create anonymized data sets. So synthetic replica is a way of cheating on the privacy utility curve. Like if you use a big foundation model, fine-tune it on your original data, you achieve for the same level of privacy that you will achieve by anonymizing the original data, you can achieve more utility because you're usually using the prior information of the foundation model, so you don't have to reconstruct the representation of the data. There's a couple of papers from Microsoft Research that are actually really cool about it. Okay, but this is all theoretical, right? Like there's differential privacy. It's a sufficient condition to say you can already identify, nobody understands this, use it. I want practical solution, and I'm starting seeing one. There are a company now that when they create synthetic replica for you, or that they create a de-identified version of data set for you, they take on the liability for any potential future re-identification risk. Okay, so you as a data custodian, or me as a data custodian, as a CEO of Sage, I'm like, that sounds good to me, right? I don't want that liability myself, but if there's someone else that legally can shoulder some of that, I'm much more open to try it out. So that's a change I've seen in the last year or two. I think that really could change things. That's my hope, maybe naively. So I don't know if answer your question.
It did. I will try to find out some of the papers later on.
Sorry to I will be the bad guy at
Please.
several points this day, who whips things along. So
I think it should be nice to have a conversation. I think it's more important than
yeah, but we need to at least get to the coffee break, and then we can continue just to have a bit of time discipline. But you can.
Are you going to send the slides from your deck?
I definitely can. Yes.
I saw people taking pictures, me including. Thank you.
Yeah. And there's one.
I will share and reuse.
One other chore I will take up today is to everyone have one point of contact for this croissant extension.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for you it's already settled. It's going to be Anna, no?
And Novakowski.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, my name is Alex Karargyris. I represent here MLCommons. I would like to thank Luis for setting up this discussion. I'm happy to be here. Luca did a fantastic job to set the stage, so I'm gonna skip my presentation. I think we didn't conspire last night, but his points are exactly what we heard before. We need to glue these things together, right? And I just want to, in the spirit of doing some asset inventory, I want to present what we have been doing, the working group that I represent. Long story, I represent, MLCommons. For those who don't know, is a non-profit organization supported by big tech and academia. Here I'm going to be talking about, MedPerf, which is a platform for evaluating medical AI in a federated, fashion. So data resides within, the data providers. We work very close with Luca and Synapse, run challenges. Of course, MLCommons, for those who don't know, it's a very open community, volunteer-driven organization. So that's why you see this plethora of, people who are in the leadership of the working group from academia, but also from industry. So what is MLCommons? It's a global community. It started back in 2018, officially 2020. Officially, it's a 501c6 for those who know attach these codes. It's basically a network association, and the founder members were mostly the industry and compute. You recognize these companies, the representatives here as well. And the main focus has been to benchmark AI ML workloads on speed for different computes. And there's different flavors of the benchmarks from HPC all the way down to tiny, and different workloads from recommendation systems all the way to medical imaging, right? But it's important to highlight here that the organization is much, I would say, research-driven. So there's a lot of participation from academics. That's why you have a lot of funding, our universities as well in the organization. It's been in the news many times, of course, because of the benchmarks themselves. All these companies take the benchmarks out to the public to advertise and brag about their successful compute. Recently, MLCommons also launched the AI safety working group. It's a large group. You're part of it, right? Working.
Well, yeah.
No?
Part of
Too many things. Which is driven also by Peter Madsen, who is the co-founder, for those who know him. Like I said in the beginning, there's a lot of research, I would say, within organization. I don't know if all these groups are up to date. Some have been merged. But what is interesting to highlight here, each working group is basically initiated, established by volunteers, contributors from academia or industry, and they have very specific goals. For example, the algorithm research group, I don't know if it's still around, but I think it is. It's focused on building benchmarks for optimizers of AI ML algorithms. The Dotphoton to measure the quality of the data sets, benchmarks around that. And one of the groups I co-founded with Peter, and I have the pleasure to lead, is the MLCommons group. We are trying to evaluate AI on federated data sets. Over the past 3 years, we have collaborators from all these institutions, from engineering contributions all the way to advisory. Very close working with Sage as well. You're there. Oh, want to take a picture?
Right there.
So I'm going to jump to basically describe a little, what MedPerf is all about. And this comes back to what we hear a lot these days about how to evaluate AI on real world data. We've seen how AI models are developed in their research labs, very confined maybe data set populations, and then when we take them out in the real world, they might fail. We've seen many stories over the past few years until recently with COVID. So there is a need for all these models for diverse data. But as you pointed out as well, and we know for privacy reasons, for trust reasons, data share is kind of difficult to pursue at a very large global, scale. When we started, back then, 2020, with the other colleagues, we kind of set up basically the idea of how can we evaluate AI, validate AI in medical space in a way that kind of complies more or less with the mindset that of the community back then. So for those who know, I'm sure you heard of federated learning. We're talking about evaluation here, so there's no training in this, per se. So what we are basically doing here is we take the model and we deploy it to the data providers, as you can see on the picture. The data resides within the premises of the data provider. That could be also, a central repository. It could be one hospital, or it could be a whole consortium. And I will highlight, later on, there's this idea of the benchmark committee, which brings, the whole concept of governance. That's I think something we need to talk today about. One other thing, we kind of intentionally, integrated into our platform is what we call, a human in the loop. So every stage has to be signed off by someone, from the preparing the data, execution, of the benchmark, post, processing, results, everything has to be signed off by a human. We can skip this, we can automate this, but when it comes to kind of building transparency, we need to document and record these things. When it comes, I don't have a technical, basically description. But when it comes to, basically the high level, it's a very, very thin software. There's a server, there's clients. The clients, run locally on the data owners. And, the server basically is in charge of orchestrating the benchmark. And one thing, kind of highlight also, the idea of liability. Now assets are stored within the MedPrep server. So just to give a little bit high level again, it's a hypothetical example. You have an AI model in tissue pathology. You train it on some data in Europe, let's say Spain, and what MedPrep can enable you to do is basically take that model, deploy it on different data providers that are part of a benchmark or consortium, and based on your benchmark metrics, whatever performance metrics you have identified, you execute it and you get back the results. And you can do that in many different flavors. And this kind of leads to basically identifying shortcomings, pitfalls of the model on the performance, and subsequently you can explore potential bias, and also explore the idea of collaborating with new partners, data partners, to improve your AI model and get the performance better. Something I highlighted in the beginning, and this is something very important. We have in our design, philosophical design, we have the benchmark committee. And the idea of the benchmark committee is like in a governance body, like we call it, the ultimate authority. And you can think of it as like a diverse group of, bodies, from regulators, patient advocacy groups, clinical people, experts, data providers, payers, insurance, anything you name it, right? People, organizations that, basically have a common interest in, pushing basically the performance, the performance of models in a particular, area. So they need to identify a clinically impactful area, right? It could be breast cancer detection, mammography. It could be prostate cancer. It can be anything you can imagine that AI can tackle, right? But it needs to be driven by a diverse group and a nice governance, body, so that there's transparency, there's neutrality, there's a clear exchange of value among the stakeholders. And when it comes to basically to a little bit more technical aspect, the benchmark committee is in charge to define the policies of the benchmark, who has access to that, who can see the results, who can participate in that, and of course, because we're talking about AI, we're talking about technical implementations. The reference implementation of the benchmark should be created by the benchmark committee. And that means basically how you pre-process the data, how you standardize data across different data providers. What are your performance metrics that you want to measure? And these metrics could be beyond purely computational metrics like ROC curves, accuracy. It could be also clinical impact, metrics. This also brings the idea of how we need, to have a diverse input of expertise. Then, the benchmark committee is in charge to recruit, the model developers, the AI vendors, as well as, the data providers, hospitals, insurance companies, research institutes, right? And finally, what are the access controls to all these assets, right? I have a couple more slides. So what we have done so far, our team has worked extensively with federated learning and federated evaluation. We worked with, the largest, tumor segmentation challenge, very closely also with Synapse. And then right now, at this moment, we're working on a large clinical study in neuro-oncology. And this is commissioned by the Response Assessment for Neuro-Oncology Working Group. In short, it's called RANO, R-A-N-O. This is, to my knowledge, I didn't know about it, but it's, the global, basically, authority when it comes to defining guidelines in neuro-oncology. And it's led by Duke University and Indiana University's clinical study to be able to identify basically how AI can improve post-treatment assessment in people with glioblastoma, patients with glioblastoma. And there is basically more or less, for those who don't know, they try to do an A/B testing study to see if we're using volumetric data generated by AI is better than what they do right now, which is basically I feel like non-intuitive, but it is what it is. And basically they're doing 2D measuring the extent of the tumors in 2D slices of the MRI. So they want to compare these two methods. If it's statistically more significant, this they're going to propose as a new method, as a new post treatment assessment method to go with volumetric data, which of course AI is incredibly more capable to pursue than a human. And lastly, we're working with the FDA to develop a real-world reference data sets for digital pathology. And the idea is like organizations, regulators like the FDA, they foresee this boom of AI models going to the market, and they have finite resources, and then they need to kind of streamline basically the evaluation of these models. And they want to do it basically in diverse data sets for statistical reasons. So the benefits for these more like main points. We try to help other researchers to measure the performance on real world diverse data, healthcare providers to identify the AI performance on their data, patients want them to be part of this benchmark committee to drive meaningful metrics beyond just ROC curves, and of course the regulators to be able to streamline regulatory path. So about today, I just added this slide, and it was before Luca did a fantastic presentation to put all the points. We see a large growing number of healthcare data consortia, right? So with their own infrastructure, their own federated basically platforms, their own data descriptions. And I think there is a need to establish this idea of interoperability, reproducibility, searchability, and of course the most important thing, the governance aspects, which Luca, Luis, and others have been talking about this proposal with the ARPA-H to establish value creation, right? And that's my presentation.
Actually, two parts. The first one is you mentioned you are evaluating which would be the impact of AI at the treatment of these cancer cases after the treatment. And And the second question is in your governance meeting or committee, yes, this one, in your benchmark committee, which of these parts represents the other participants of the study?
Sorry, what was the last question, sorry?
Yes, who
governance
is
body.
representing the other centers? I mean, you're already calling the pharma industry pathologists and so on, but what about the other hospitals or the other research groups that are going to participate in this study?
These are the data providers. I put them here like a data owners. They are part of this.
They are in, well, where, but
I put them like data owners because this is, the terminology.
Okay,
we
data
use.
owners.
I'm sorry, this you see, we have a terminology,
Okay, data owners. Perfect.
terminology problem. Yeah, this is no.
That's the question.
It's a good, another slide I had hospitals, research institutions, but it's, it also highlights we don't have a common language.
Okay.
That's the problem. We see like a data providers for us because we're machine learning guys, but I agree with you. This is one of the fundamental problems in healthcare.
In the other question is, yes, is do you expect to have a positive outcome in terms of the role of AI for these follow-up treatments?
In the study we're doing
Yes.
right now, there is a whole basically study that the protocol has been defined by clinicians, and they're doing basically right now a retrospective study. And there's basically retrospective study, basically meaning like this organization has created like a test set, completely blinded, and once we finish the study, they're gonna evaluate it against these data sets. And I agree with you that it has to be, there is a second phase next year to do a prospective study, so kind of basically measure the performance of the AI, because this is fundamental. Everything that we do is retrospective, right? If it doesn't go to the prospective world to be able to measure the impact, it's a nonsense.
Because it is going to be very interesting to know which the key indicators are.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's where you measure it. So this is where you measure it. All the other things are like nice, I would say, research / good clinical studies, but not the real world.
And, Alex, how do you at the moment when you run these kind of analysis of federated evaluations, how do you currently agree on, for example, the data pipeline for the evaluation? So as part of this OpenFL framework, you already have some type of normalization?
Yeah, so this is like one of the things that we do, we help do. So when you have basically this federation here of multiple institutions, we need to make sure the benchmark committee defines how we can map, standardize each data set into a common space so that AI can run against it, right? Otherwise, it's impossible, right? And that's also one of the biggest hurdles, right, when it comes to healthcare data is standardization. And not only standardization from the machine learning perspective, data perspective. Okay, let's read the same format. Also from what it means, because my intuition, and maybe my diagnosis as a doctor, let's say in Greece, might be different, the level of sensitivity or in definition from some doctor, let's say in Switzerland. And that, creates another, level of complexity.
I'm just thinking Luca already they have all the kind of good or best practices for indexing their data catalog, and then you had to also in some way operationalize whatever you started with, right? This OpenFL, the vocabulary on the one hand, but also how you actually represent the data, because I know at least in the medical field, there's what's inside the DICOM is kind of its own little enigma.
Yeah.
And so maybe there's a way also to start that technical alignment a bit more concretely.
Yeah, we have a very good integration with Synapse. And what we're trying to do is basically focus on the orchestration and how
do you run it currently? So in MLCommons, you have a group of people that work on the platform?
Yeah, we have full-time engineers working on the platform, but also we have volunteers from the industry, specifically Intel, helping, you know,
Because maybe we could map one of them with N
yeah,
to build that
yeah, definitely.
that's a good idea. Croissant into
But for me to just add to what, you know, Luca was saying, we see this like explosion of you know, federated basically data sets. We see the value of, you know, basically having this glue kind of, you know, exchange data, exchange workloads in a very, you know, streamlined way, right? And this is, I feel like you hit all the points you discussed before, but this, I feel like, you know, if we manage to identify a roadmap, at least let's send a mission and a vision, how we want to see, you know, healthcare data be utilized, and what are, you know, the key challenges. I think today would be a great, you know, starting point, and then we can, you know, basically create a roadmap, low-hanging fruit to longer term, right?
Can I ask a maybe obvious question, but who's hosting the federated data sets?
Oh, this is basically local.
It's locally hosted, and so they
on-premise.
have to set up their own compute to host these and run the federated evaluations and everything.
Yeah, it's two flavors. Either they can, you know, host on their own, you know, servers, right? So yeah, either they have it or we can, you know, provide, you know, if it's a meaningful benchmark, like I described, or it could be run also, you know, on the cloud on their own, you know, provisioned basic enclave.
Do you need to like essentially send someone to kind of hold their hand through setting up kind of federated data set and
There is not, you know, in person. We're not there yet,
Like
but, you know, when it comes to basically doing a federated, even LREN is more tricky because you have a technical unit to open ports and there's this IT into, you know, involvement. But when it comes to evaluation, there are challenges as well, because you move the problem of the annotations from a central location to a local, you decentralize it. So you need to somehow have a person that on site or somewhere annotating the, you know, the specific, you know, sites data. And that's fine, because when you do evaluation, you might not need 1 million data points, because you can be very explicit in describing what statistics would be, which could be a small subset. So time is not, you know, the problem. Problem might be the quality of the data, because you need to monitor somehow they're doing a good job.
Yeah.
So that's, we're still, you know, it's, I would say we're trying to figure out, we have some solutions, but this is one of the trickiest, you know, points, the quality of the data.
so what is the like, I guess, having a centralized kind of trusted organization that hosts all this is kind of like impasse, not possible. So it has to be kind of hosted locally and kind of like managed locally.
There's, you know, for obvious reasons, like, you know, privacy laws between, you know, countries right now, it might not, maybe make it more difficult to share the data with an organization to centralize it. And, you know, also the trust, right?
So
When it comes to when it comes to some industries, like pharmaceutical industry, it's a very competitive, you know, space. There's no way in the world you can, you know, take someone's data.
but I guess you might lose out on some data or maybe a lot of data, but would you potentially be making it so much easier to work with at the cost of losing some data that you nonetheless kind of the net benefit is higher if you just centralize it and lose out on some
I'm
data?
not saying this is, you know, the solution right here.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
you
just
know,
asking.
there's, you know, basically not two worlds. I feel like, yes, right now there might be two worlds, you know, the idea of federated, you know, going federation, more, you know, control to the data owners and more centralized into you know, one organization. But I feel like there's gonna be this idea of, you know, kind of fusion in the end. You're gonna have, you know, centralized repositories, large ones, that they're gonna be somehow need to be interconnected, right? So for example, if I put, you know, some names here, put NIH, I might have been like, I'm gonna create, you know, what's the, you know, the central repository they have, massive one, right?
That's 5
They have 5. You see, they have 5 repositories, right? And then, you know, in European Union, you have other, you know, 5 repositories. And then it's hard to, if you go on one level higher, if you wanted to basically connect all these things, and I think that's one of the things we should be discussing here, the glue here. How are you gonna communicate and be able to execute, even if you want to do data sharing, if you want to centralize, if you want to do federated stuff. This is what I feel like, you know, the value of, you know, data exchange and data interoperability is important.
I think also this governance aspect, I mean, it's always such a bloated, like ambiguous word.
Yeah, but it's no definition, to be honest.
Yeah,
There's
you
no
need to
definition.
project like a lot of things onto it, but I think this is actually part of this kind of these two poles that you guys discussed, right? Where so it's not even just in pharma, there's also a lot of hospitals who sit on a lot of data, but patient-centric advocates, they would say this data belongs to the patients, but a lot of hospitals actually view this data as their own. They bought the MRI machine, they produce this data, so this is their data, and then there is a dollar amount potentially on this data, and then as long as you don't have a way to transact on this value, right, to exploit it, even in a public good way, it's a bit like with carbon tax. That's kind of the analogy that I have in my head. Like, if you don't have a way to transact on this value, it makes it really, it creates a lot of barrier for sharing or decentralization, right? Maybe then you would always say, yeah, you can do whatever you want, but you always have to do it here. But if you have some governance framework that if there's some nice vaccine discovered as part of this, aggregated, centralized, whatever, and you have equity in that, then you have an incentive for people to share. And I feel that's also one of the components, which, that, I don't know, that has part financial instruments and all that.
Can I just? Can I hear you?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Louis, the incentive question, because this is what came into my mind when I listened to Luca's presentation. I was wondering, like, I think it's important that we create an incentive for like hospitals or others to share the data. I think that's very important, because then I think it could work. Yeah.
That's a magic word, incentive.
And then also to add, because you said like the hospital owns the data and it's not the patient, but I think the patient has to agree if they want to share their data for research purposes. Like if you take an MRI, for example, then you have to agree, okay, I'm willing to share it or not. So I think the patient in the end has like a little bit of control, at least, about what happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'll make it quick. First, thank you very much. I think like your federated approach is really interesting. I would very much like to see like your follow-up, because you might fix some of my problems which I have with use cases for network with network digital twins. Just to answer, like again, sort of playing devil's advocate against centralized approach and single point of failure. And because the gentleman is not here, I will not name drop him, but I had a great opportunity, like during this event to speak later on with some of the people. And it was even like eye-opening for me, like to find out the person is working for United Nations on some diplomatic level. And you see, like when you have data governance policies, like for example, EU is completely different, like about, you can't even share them outside of the EU, like you can't just transfer them between, like beyond the borders. So coming to something like that, considering like what I just heard like yesterday, it might be actually coming to the agreement, the multiple countries would actually agree, yeah, this data will be located in one centralized location. Like I think like you will be 10, 20 years ahead, like going with your federated approach than actually trying to agree even like on a diplomatic level where that data would be stored in a centralized location. If I can sneak in like one quick question, like if you're already there or if you're just working on it. So federated approach, super thing. I spoke with some people like in a network of digital twins on the same issue. So now we are talking about, and you kind of address it. It's sort of like, how do you monitor the quality of the underlying data? Because there can be, especially when you have a competitive parties, like there can be this, I'm not saying it necessarily has to happen in your case, because you can have stakeholders who are incentivized to collaborate. But if it was used, for example, like for completely different purposes, there can be this sort of, let's call it adversarial attack, where you train basically your part on data that it's actually not a representative. How do you monitor, like that what you are training on is actually?
That's why I mentioned, training is a different beast.
Yeah, okay.
It's a really bit different beast. Evaluation, I feel like it's a very low hanging fruit.
Oh, I see.
in the sense that, you know, that, from IP protection, you don't have to do any training, right?
I see.
So the model is frozen. So the only asset, there's no asset shared. The data is residing basically within the hospitals. And the only asset is the model. You take it over there, and if you enclave it with some confidential computing, you protect, both parties more or less.
Okay.
When you start, in the training, there's this whole idea of, leakage, and adversarial attacks. However, even in that case, when you do the training, even the evaluation, you need to, to annotate data, right? In a decentralized way. So one method that we have been doing right now with spider data, basically, neuro-oncology, basically, consortium. We have a pre-trained model, public one, that, segments, the regions. It's deployed locally to all these sites. It runs through, basically, the cases. There's a manual annotator that if you use these cases, it corrects them. And we can, see if we monitor if they improved or they changed, or they didn't spend so much time, or they missed some specific, region of interest, because we know that, there's supposed to be certain amount of regions in segmentation, for example. And I'm not saying that this is, the right solution, but it's something to kind of, bring up, basically the quality of the data sets. And if you go, I'm sure we haven't even started this project with the FDA. That will be a different, basically, based. You can't do, it has to be some manual, hard review of things. And
Thank you very much.
All right. Then,
Luca wants to.
Luca, sorry, I didn't see it. You go.
And two thoughts. One is we should hear the word patient a lot more, right? Like ultimately, this is for the benefit of the patient, right? Like this is to accelerate translation. And in fact, if you do ask the patients, which we do at Sage, we have a group of LC researchers that actually go back to the patient and say, hey, the data you put in the biobank, would you share it this way? Would you share it the other way? What it turns out is that they are much more open than the 3 steps of conservative interpretation that go from the IRB to the interpretation of the informed consent to the data custodian interpretation of the informed consent do, because all of those are conservative. And so at the end of this chain of interpretation, you might have, well, the informed consent said AWS cloud, we cannot put it on Azure cloud. And when you go to the patient, they're like, I don't care. This data is to solve cancer, put it wherever you want. Okay. So first of all, like, we're not doing this for the researchers, like we're doing this for the patient. Second, I have a little bit of a contrarian opinion here, which is that if we shoot for Alpha Centauri, that's too far away. Like federated data exchanges, too hard to do. Why am I saying that? Because we are in this room. Is there anyone from GA4GH? Exactly. So that's a 100-pound gorilla. When we're talking about NIH data, we're talking about mostly genetic data, 17 petabytes of data residing on 4 or 5 repositories. Biodata Catalyst is one of those, Ambil is one of those. They have their own task force that is as big as the EATF that defines how these things are going to collaborate. They have protocols that are called DERS to exchange data reference and RAS for research authentication that we are starting to integrate with Synapse. It's going to take years. And that's just NIH, right? So if we want to have NIH that works with UN, that works with the China government, goodbye. Yeah. So I feel like, one possible achievable thing is that the catalogs are going to be in the open, right? Like this, right? Like this croissant for health, or whatever you want to call it, or even croissant before health, right? If they could all be in the open, and like, let's set a very basic goal: be found on Google dataset search.
Okay. Even better having face.
What's that?
Even better having face.
Yes, be found there. And then, maybe there is a process by which you have to request authorization. You need to be on the state, right? Like that's okay. We're not going to solve that in kind of interoperability today.
No.
Right? Is that what kind of?
For me,
because when you say sharing data, I'm thinking, oh,
it's another.
That's another thing. But when you say like advertising data,
that's why I said for me, glue is the indexing data.
Okay. Well, then I misunderstood and I agree with that.
Yeah, that's the most time for the carbon index data. Even if it's like Synapse or Kaggle or MedPerf or whatever, some standards, so we can know certs
UK bank, all of us, like
Exactly.
even closed enclaves, you can still make the catalog open, put it on Google so people know it exists.
And then we can, create different flavors for, for each, particular case. For data, data sets, there might be the possibility and you need to be discoverable. Are they still discoverable, right?
Mhm.
Because you're not centralized. There's no some platform like Synapse that has a history and future, right? It could be someone like, it disappears, right? How to maintain, keep track of things around that exist, right? And just, it comes back to the indexing.
Mhm.
That's an interesting idea. Thank you very much.
Just,
Maybe Isabelle, in the meantime, do you want to try to set up your?
yeah, just very short in terms of the output and the value, because you just do the evaluation and you show this map, which is very interesting with this example, and you have some places 86%, 95%. So is that the final outcome, or because I see this as a way to learn about the data and the model, right? When you model doesn't perform, so there's something either about the data or about the model. So are you getting some information why the model is not performing in South America as well as in Asia, etc.?
This is a good question. That comes back to the how the benchmark committee defines, the metrics they want to measure, and that's why I mentioned it's beyond just performance metrics. Defining the benchmark itself is a whole undertaking, right? It's not straightforward, right? And that requires a lot of expertise from clinical people, machine learning people, IT people as well to bring this together. And what you measure, like when German said, about perspective status, that's where you can measure, the clinical, impact of the study.
Yeah. This is what's it's very important. You measure the clinical impact, and as you said before, the comparison to some baseline, you can see the added values.
It's good.
All right, thanks, Alex. Yeah, let's discuss more. Thank Alex. We have time for like a 1 minute coffee.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Isabelle Guyon, and I'm president of a nonprofit called Channel, dedicated to organizing challenges in machine learning, and also work at Google Design as a director of research. And today I would like to give you a slightly different and complementary perspective as the two previous speakers. It's about organizing your own little challenge in a very simple way using the CodaBench platform. So one of the recent inspiring papers written by David Donohoe highlighted that we are at a kind of AI singularity at the moment, but not the achievement of artificial general intelligence, but rather something like a reproducibility singularity, reaching all the ingredients of frictionless reproducibility, as David puts it. And that is attained because we have this commitment to data sharing, code sharing, and introducing competitive challenges. The combination of the three of those ingredients makes it possible to reach this reproducibility. The principal obstacles to reproducible science are indeed keeping code private, keeping data private, biased data, cost of experiments, restricted access to trained models, leaderboard overfitting, and not reporting of negative results. Of course, it's hard to mitigate all of these obstacles. However, challenges and benchmarks are a step in that direction. So we are presently working on putting the finishing touches to a book, and of course you can't see the QR code because it's hidden by the little icon, but it's okay.
You can drag it like you were just on the bar.
I can drag it. Oh, yes. Okay.
You
can minimize.
I think if you click on this little, the left.
Yeah.
Yep.
Working. Yeah. Anyway, And one of the chapters is about the challenge design roadmap that tells you step by step how to organize your own challenge. So you don't need to have 20 years of experience in challenge organization nowadays to organize your own challenge. All it takes is to click on that link and follow a small tutorial on how to use Codabench. And Codabench is the platform that we are hosting at Université Paris-Saclay in France. We like to think, that it's very full-featured, and compared to other platforms, it allows you to organize very flexibly virtually any type of challenge you might want to organize. And historically, the project started in 2013 with CodaLab. And over the years, we've been adding more and more features that challenge organizers particularly were asking for. In particular, we Dockerized everything, so you can run your own challenge within the environment that you decide, and it's reproducible in the future because you have all the environment that is stored. And one of the also extremely useful feature that we introduced is the use of your own compute workers. So we have the interface, the front end that is shared by everybody, the database of users that is shared with everybody. So you don't need to code your own management of users. However, when it comes to executing code, you can have your own workers that are dedicated with your own data that resides on your own servers and never leave your organization. This allowed us to organize a variety of challenges, including industry challenges in which data are really private, and also medical challenges in which data are really private. Additionally, the platform is open source. So if you don't want to use the public instance hooked up to your own workers and prefer to have everything residing on your own premises, you can just download the code and install the platform on your own premises. So the Coda platform, which is the ancestor of Codabench that we are presently trying to expand, but CodaLab still exists, so CodaLab is still in use. So the CodaLab platform has been ramping up in use over the past few years, and in 2023 it has been reported by MLCommons as being the platform that has been most used in number of challenges organized, in front of Tianchi, the platform of Alibaba, and Kaggle, the platform of Google. So why do we have such a success among challenge organizers? Well, the reason is flexibility. You can organize any type of challenge in AI or machine learning. In fact, it's not even limited to organizing challenges in AI or machine learning. The platform allows you to run any code. So the participants can submit code, and the code can then be executed on your own compute workers through the platform. You might ask, does this pose any kind of security problem? Where again, we rely upon a bunch of open source, libraries, including Docker. And the basic protocol that is most popular is that of code submission. So participants submit their code. The code is then captured by an ingestion program that is written by the challenge organizers. And that ingestion program has access to the data. Then the ingestion program runs the code of the participants that then creates the predictions. And then the predictions are treated by the scoring program that has access to the ground truth. So in this way, we split the roles between the ingestion program and the scoring program, for at least for tasks that have ground truths that can be separated from the main data, like supervised learning tasks. And then finally, the score is sent to a leaderboard. So we provide a lot of templates that allow the organizers to write their own ingestion program and their own scoring program. But I believe, that this total flexibility we give to the organizers has really contributed to the popularity of the platform. It's unlike, other platforms that are based on wizards. You can think of, Codalab and Codabench as the LaTeX of competition organization. If you compare, WYSIWYG editors to LaTeX, so here you have basically a language of challenge organization. We do have, a wizard or editor if you prefer, entering your challenge by a wizard. But we provide this framework called challenge bundles, in which you have a configuration file, which is written in YAML, that allows you to specify everything about your challenge, number of phases, when it starts, when it ends, all the assets that include the documentation about the challenge, the information about how it's evaluated, etc. And then a zip file containing the ingestion program, a zip file containing the scoring program, the reference data, the input data, all of that you can zip into a bundle. And then you have some instructions here that you can look at, your leisure here. I sometimes do the hands-on tutorial for that, but today we don't really have time. But it's a really simple procedure. And then you upload your bundle, and ta-da, your challenge is just created automatically on the platform, ready to go for people to submit their entries. From then on, you can still edit the challenge if you want to click on the button, and you have, an interface that is very simple, that even allows you to do hot changes during the competition. And from the point of view of the participants upload also a zip file that contains either their code, or, if you have a result submission to competition, they can just submit their results. But again, the real feature of Codabench is code submission. And then the users can decide to display on the leaderboard. The platform also allows you various flavors of challenges. That allows you to have basically competitive challenges in which each line in the leaderboard corresponds to a participant, or non-competitive benchmarks in which participants submit various models, and this allows, over time to see and compare performances of various models. And yeah, you have also buttons to, if you are an organizer, to manage the participants. You can, decide whether you want to screen or not your participants, or admit them automatically, for example. You can also, there's also a panel where you can view all the submissions, you can manage them. You can create dumps of your submissions if you want to back them up. And you can migrate your all of the submissions to another phase if you want. All of these gray buttons are only visible to organizers. And so, in conclusion, with Codabench, it's a different model from what we've been talking about before with the two previous speakers. It gives full flexibility to the organizers and complete control over the data. Think of it as having, a data set that is very valuable to you, that you don't want, to release, that you want to keep on your own premises. You can wrap it up around a challenge or a benchmark in your own way and put it out, to the public, not just, by giving the data and not explaining to people what they should do with the data. By wrapping up your data into a task that is a mini challenge, then you explain in a way to the participants what they should be doing with the data, how they can contribute to the community. You can give them a starting kit that explains you how to prepare their submissions, and then they can compare against each other their results. So of course, compared to other talks before, there is no centralized control. If you wanted, to do federated learning between multiple locations, right now this is not really set up for doing that, even though, it is something that could be done in principle. But the philosophy is more that each data owner can wrap their data with a particular task by writing, their own ingestion and scoring program, and then anybody in the world can contribute to solutions to this particular task by submitting code. And I believe this is why, this setting has gained in popularity. And I'm very interested to get your input about how we could make this even more valuable. I believe, for example, what we could do is to have reusable challenge bundles that correspond to well-defined, interesting tasks with medical data that people could clone, and they could replace, the data by their own data or slightly modify the task to adjust it to their own specific use.
So I'm thinking, if Luca has all this data that he once used, and you have this nice platform that can use the data to run challenges. I'm wondering what in your eyes is a good challenge, or what is so you have a lot. Is it in your eyes is a good challenge when there's a lot of activity, a lot of users? Is there a certain outcome like solving the task? And I guess the implied question then is if we can find a way to solve this attention or discover problem through challenges, or you think actually this is not the right vehicle because it's only suitable for a certain type of task? Or
so I think it's completely flexible, but what I would like to see happen is to blur the border between data sets and challenges. Because to me, a challenge is just the data set wrapped up with a task. So I think challenges should be as discoverable as data sets. And there's some thinking that we need to do about redefining basically data, and thinking that data is not necessarily something that is completely passive, but is something that is equipped with, metrics, with tasks. Because what do you do, if I give you a data set and don't explain to you why this data was collected, for what purpose, for, then obviously the same data set can be used and reused for multiple purposes. But there's the initial intention. Even if you're going to be reusing it, maybe you want to see what was the initial intention and equip the data set essentially with code that allows you to run the original task.
+1 to that, +100 to that. I didn't go into the details of our challenge platform, which is similar to CodeBand. But we have a top chart internally. Every day a Slack bot tells us what is the most downloaded data sets from Synapse of the day before. And we have 4,000 public, 20,000 total. In the top 10, there's always a data set that comes from a challenge. Challenge are a huge catalyst of reuse because, like Isabelle was saying, you're basically building on an API on a data set, right? That decouples the science problem that is accessible only to few to the computing problem that is accessible to the whole community. So we have high school students that win challenges about glioblastoma. They don't even know how to spell glioblastoma, but they win the challenge because they know how to tune a GPU, right? We have FDA cleared software company. 6 years later, they got the clearance from the software that they run at one of our challenges in 2017. They are incredible catalyzer of reuse. And I love the idea of having like some sort of provenance that can link a challenge to a data set. So, you can track things, where they're coming from. And yeah, we should work more together.
When we designed CodeAvench, we had that in mind. Because of the popularity actually of CodeAvench, we needed to spend like 2 years on infrastructure to support our users. So we put a little bit to the side this project of developing within CodeAvench notion of task. A task is like a challenge, but without, the dates of start and the users, etc. A task only contains the data and the ingestion and storage program, so how to use the data. And then a task is afterwards used by a challenge, which then provides, the phases, the start, the end, etc. Everything that doesn't have anything to do with the task per se. So the vision that we had originally was to create databases of tasks that are like glorified datasets with their, API, like you said, with their, purpose and metrics. So this is something I was talking about, to Oala and Natasha, who did the dataset search. Can we, get to the next level, and that the data set is not just a piece of meat, but it's something that is equipped with a task.
I think, like, for example, Omar, for context, so Omar is one of the people also working on Croissant, and together with other colleagues at Google, they maintain the dataset search interface. So if you go to dataset search Google, you can actually search datasets, and they're doing a quite good job at indexing a large part of this universe. And I think for Omar, for example, I like his idea of treating challenges or benchmarks as similar, I think, to what you're saying, basically, as the unit, the kind of the right resolution to look at the data, because it includes the intent, it includes, right? Because if you just have a table, that's the other part of this curtain maybe that you showed. It's if you just have a table, you're looking into the abyss, right? Like if you're the average ML enthusiast, you need to do kind of the extra mental gymnastics to get to the task. Whereas when the kind of the resolution is like a challenge or a task where you wrap it all together and you're good to go, you can still amend it, but then you also equip people to actually go and not get stuck at the step zero, basically.
100%. But so maybe a question for you. You tell me if I'm monopolizing or going over time. But so why don't we just run challenges on all data sets out there? Doesn't that sound great? I would love that. I have two main issues with that, and they're very practical ones. They're not theoretical. One is, as you know, running a challenge requires defining a task on a data set. And that's a little bit of a black magic art, right? Like if it's too easy, nobody's gonna enjoy the challenge. Try to predict cancer from wearable device data, noise bound, right? Like everybody's gonna have 50% AUC is not gonna be a fun challenge. Or sorry, that's to our case, or too easy, again, nobody's gonna be happy with that. So we found that's hard to find a challenge that actually define a challenge and a set of metrics that actually spreads out the leaderboard in such a way that the challenge is engaging. Like there is some first, person that gets to something interesting and then they're spread out. That's one. It's hard to do in general. It's a limiting factor for us to be able to do challenge on all data sets. The second one is even more practical, and I would love to hear your advice here. Challenges are hard to fund. It's a 100 to 100K cost per challenge, because there is a lot of legal DOA that needs to be involved. Like if your data provider is, I don't know, Mayo Clinic, and the challenge of people are coming from Europe, and you are Synapse and you need to host this. Like there's a lot of legal happening, a lot of handholding happening, and it's costly. So we haven't been able to scale that human part there, but we'd love to see what's your experience with that.
So our experience is that we built this platform for our own use, and we are running our own challenges, but we made it available to everybody without any strings attached. So people could go to the platform. It's free, or they can either download the code and install it on their own premises. But if they want to use the public instance, first of all, they are, default compute workers. So if they don't want to supply their own compute workers, they can just try it out. And then if they want to run a challenge that has some private data, they can supply their own compute workers. Or if they have, high computational requirements. But we don't control anything. We have a big disclaimer that says, we're not responsible for anything, and that's it.
So you're never dealing directly with the participant. You're not coordinating the community yourself.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we, when we organize our own challenges, we go through that, and well, maybe it varies. The cost of a challenge can vary from a few $1,000s to, like you say, several $100,000, and it varies between a few months to set it up to several years,
right?
Depending. But aside from that, we organize very few challenges per year, right? We just organize a few challenges per year, but there's like 100 challenges per month that is organized by other people. We don't know who they are, and yeah,
that's really cool.
And surprisingly, we haven't had any problem.
How much of that is health data? Do you have a sense?
I would say about 10%.
Okay.
We have a lot of computer vision and natural language processing challenges. And recently we started working with industry challenges. And we've organized the two already that are start. So these are big industrial groups, but we are also now going to cater to hospitals and other institutions. So big groups that own data that is very private. So either they really require to have the platform run on their own premises, or they just trust that it's good enough to have their own compute workers. Or they can either have simulators so they don't have real data, or they can have real data. If they have real data, it poses the problem that if the data is completely hidden and everything is blind tested, then we need a starting kit that maybe has fake data or public data. But in any case, the level of security we have seems to be satisfactory for big industrial groups, and we have learned that at least under French law, as long as the compute workers are on a platform that is accepted by the authorities as legitimate health secure platform, they can run their compute workers on that, and it's okay to have the public front end of Colab eventually, because we only ferry code, right? So it's the same principle as federated learning. By the way, actually, there can be multiple compute workers that are hooked up to the same queue eventually. So we could in some sense do federated learning this way. And then one of the interesting things is that the participants don't need to be individuals. They can be startup companies. So we've done this kind of use case scenario.
I just want to take, Luca's point and, kind of extend it, because what you're alluding to, Luca, is basically the incentivization of, the workload. So you have a data sets, you have a challenge, the clinical translation, right? And I feel like, somehow there needs to be an incentivization of, the final output of what we're doing to have an impact, right? Either in the industry or the public health sector, right? So somehow we need to connect, these things, right? And, the value creation should be clearly defined. I don't know, I feel like just, doing, research for research purposes, that, is basically going to be supported by grants, right? To keep on. I'm coming back to your point, like, that why challenges maybe, there's no scalability in that perspective. And maybe that could be specific, areas of challenges that, can have, direct impact, to healthcare and to the industry as well, right? And it drives basically the costs and, the benefits. And there's this idea here.
Yeah, in terms of, back to the question of Louis, in terms of basically indexing data and versioning data, I think we have to think about it, because when there is this reuse, either through reuse of data or reuse by modifying tasks, wrapping around a data set, we need versioning. We need to be able to trace what was the original data, the original owner, what are the changes that have been made, etc. So we need both some agreement in terms of format to define the tasks, and then some agreement in terms of versioning. And then, of course, with Croissant, the means of doing indexing with the snippets that you insert in the data that can be searchable. So we basically have everything. It's just work, It's just work. Somebody needs to, roll up their sleeves and get onto that.
Did you run some challenges in the hospital, let's say even privately? Some sort of hackathon, but because your platform allowed to run a hackathon, but in much neater way.
Other people have. We
Yeah.
we haven't ourselves. The work that I've been doing, with RPI New York, with healthcare data for students, we did the approach that Luca mentioned. We created synthetic data.
Synthetic data is for the first part, right? That the participants know.
In fact, in one of the projects we had, thank you for reminding me. In one of the projects we had with the United Health Foundation, it was exactly in this setting. The starting kit was with public data or with synthetic data, and then there was in the backend the private completely secure data in a separate sandbox that the participants didn't have access to. But it was so strict, that only one of us had, security clearance access to the data to set up everything.
All right, I have to be the bad guy to move us along. Isabelle, thank you. Good, with some delay. Second session, we have some more chairs, just in case. Enrique, take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, my name is Enrique Estrada. I'm a nuclear medicine physician and program officer of the Division of Human Health of the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna. And well, few years ago, after the pandemic, our Director General launched an initiative called ZODIAC, that is Zoonotic Disease Integrated Action. And this was in response to the request from our member states to support with COVID, that it is mainly outside the mandate of the agency because it doesn't have to do a lot with nuclear applications. But because we are obliged to our member states, we started supporting with many things, especially related to animal health, to diagnose zoonotic diseases, diagnose and monitor zoonotic diseases. But they wanted to incorporate also one of the pillars of this initiative for human health. So we thought that it would be nice to take the experience that we have related to radiomics, which is a part of medicine that is using large amounts of data to evaluate and diagnose many diseases, especially related to cancer. With radiomics, we can evaluate lung nodules, lymphatic nodules, many diseases related to oncology. So we thought that, with this concept, we could use it for respiratory infectious diseases. And that's why we started planning this coordinated research project. That's the way that we work normally when we are doing research at the agency. And we are taking, as I said, the experience that we have with other medical imaging applications. For example, for detection, we have used these radiomics for lung diseases, for breast cancer, for liver diseases. also for characterization of the diseases, like defining the boundaries of the disease, examining the extension of that disease, diagnosis, and by evaluating and classifying abnormalities such as benign or malignant lesions, and also staging. And of course, for therapy response and monitoring the patients, not only for therapy response, but also for long-term evaluation of the diseases. And for this, we think that medical imaging is ideal for the use of artificial intelligence, of course, when performed correctly, because we have to be sure that the images, the data that we are using, it is high quality and is well performed and annotated and everything. I'm going to explain a little bit further later. And for detecting, we are using this radiometry, this artificial intelligence for intracranial bleeding, for example, in chest X-ray imaging for tuberculosis program. WHO has used artificial intelligence for several years now, very successfully, in classifying liver lesions, characterizing pulmonary nodules, both with CT, but also with PET, that is molecular imaging, and helping to avoid unnecessary biopsies, not only for thyroid, but also for other lesions, especially in the liver. So, and the main artificial intelligence methods that we are using in medical imaging are described there, analyzing the texture of the lesions, or even the tissues, the use of radiomics, I already mentioned, machine learning. Of course, it depends on the principle of heterogeneity of the tumors or the lesions. And AI in medicine has really multiple applications. It is mentioned that around 30% of the applications of AI nowadays is related to health. And out of this 30%, 90% is related to medical imaging. So that's why I was saying that medical imaging is ideal for the use of AI. And of course, well, this is just very broad example of how we analyze the heterogeneity of the lesions as compared to normal tissue. And in that way, we can characterize different phenotypes of diseases. And for this, of course, we have to have data consistency, and this is mandatory to the adequate use of artificial intelligence or the adequate analysis of data. We have to standardize our methods, not only to do the diagnosis, but also to acquire the studies. It has to be have to respect repeatability, consistency, and of course, be sure that our equipment is properly calibrated. We have to do quality control, quality assurance of the medical equipment that we are using to generate the images, the data. And of course, we have to take into consideration the type of voltage that we're using, the contrast media, the injection method. I mean, all the parameters that we are using to acquire the studies, the scanning method, but also the patient population. That's why it is so important to have data from different ethnic groups, from different regions. And that's one of the important things about the coordinated research projects that the agency performs, because we are using institutions from all over the world for our research projects. And of course, we have to also take care of the clinical information related to the patient, if it's reliable or not. Is the algorithm of data consistent and reliable? And of course, if we need regions of interest to characterize certain lesions, if the region of interest is going to be manually defined or automatically defined, for example, and also the sample limitation that was mentioned before, that sometimes I mean, in order to have reliable algorithms, we need a huge amount of data. And sometimes we have diseases that are not very frequent. And not only that, I mean, maybe we can have, for example, you were mentioning some brain lesions before. I think it was yeah, exactly. And you can have, I don't know, 100 cases per month. But doesn't mean that the 100 cases are going to be useful for certain research. So sometimes you have 3 or 4 patients from that specific group or that disease that are good for the research that you are conducting. So that's why it is difficult to have enough amount of data for certain diseases. Huh? And of course, we have to consider the error rate, but in any case, you know that the lowest this rate is going to be much better for our research. And of course, it's difficult to establish unified data platform. We need standardization. We're having different hospitals, different doctors, different technologies, etc. The guidelines could change very often. In medicine, things evolve very rapidly, maybe not as rapidly as artificial intelligence, but yeah, there are many things changing all the time. And of course, we have to consider specific laws or regulations and the culture in the different institutions that we are involved in our project. And this Zodiac Respiratory Disease Phenotype Observatory, well, we are aiming to have by 2026 this observatory already built. It's not going to be only a repository of images. We, of course, the first stage is to gather information. We are aiming to 20,000 lung CT studies. It doesn't sound maybe like a big number, but if we consider that each study has an average of 3,000 images or cuts, then you see the amount of data that we are aiming to gather, plus 5,000 plain X-rays of the chest to compare. Originally, we were going to use only COVID-19 patients, but because COVID-19 is not an issue nowadays, we're going to use different infectious respiratory diseases to build our repository. We are going to develop the AI and machine learning algorithms to analyze the different phenotypes, the different diseases that we already know. And for that, we have to have the diagnosis. I mean, it's not something random that we have the images and we're going to analyze the images. We need the images, plus the clinical data, the laboratory data, the diagnosis confirmation. So we can teach the algorithm, we can train the algorithms to recognize the different patterns. And I'm going to show you an image of why it is so important to differentiate the different the diseases so we can train the algorithms properly. And of course, we know that machine learning can help us monitoring by detecting a newly emerging disease and the different variants. And of course, for treatment guidance. That's why it's so important to diagnose at a very early stage. And what machine learning in imaging can deliver is that we can identify the disease pattern and also quantify that. We can discover new phenotypes in large population setups and establish their link to individual disease course and also to treatment response. And also inform individual treatment and patient management based on the observations during early phases of a pandemic or an outbreak. And about identifying the novel emergent abnormalities, with COVID-19, we have learned many things. And one thing was to expand our vocabulary of imaging markers, identifying these anomalies. And this is a prerequisite for rapidly reacting to novel emerging diseases. I mean, recognizing the new patterns. And this can also help to predict the individual disease course and of course, to identify these predictive patterns as imaging biomarkers in order to better understand the disease, to plan the treatments, and to contain these outbreaks of new diseases. So we learned with COVID-19, of course, we suffer a lot, but we'll also learn that reliable and accurate machine learning requires good data. And during the pandemic, the models suffer from unbalanced, small, and poor quality data sets because everybody was in a rush to develop something. And we have different tools already available to evaluate patients with respiratory diseases, but most of them were developed during the pandemic very rapidly. So they suffer from this. So we need to accelerate data sharing and curation by preparing infrastructure and processes. Also that the methodological advances needed to learn effective treatment guidance models from early pandemic observations. And for this, we need models coping with the heterogeneity of technology and diversity of patient population. That's why it is so important to have these populations in all the continents. And also because you know that variants of the virus, they were searching in South Africa, Peru, in different places, not exactly in developed countries. And nowadays, for example, most of the repositories of medical imaging are in developed countries. So the data could be biased because of that. So that's why we need to build repositories with images from all over the world. We also need to improve machine learning methods based on current diseases to enable rapid reaction to novel emerging issues. And this is the rationale on this coordinated research project. The identification of disease pattern, because each disease can have different patterns. And with these images, you see the differences. In the first image is the SARS that we had in 2009, then MERS, that is the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, and the SARS-CoV-19. You see that the three images are totally different. The patterns that you have there, and it's only the patterns that you are seeing with your eyes. We're not doing quantification at all. Just this qualitative analysis is telling you that the patterns are different. But clinically, the symptoms are exactly the same. Fever, coughing, pain, whatever. Clinically, you cannot differentiate. Of course, COVID-19, it is described as a syndrome because it's affecting different organs. But when it starts as a respiratory disease, clinically, you cannot differentiate from an influenza or from pneumonia of other etiology. So that's why it is so important to have models, mathematical models that can recognize the different patterns. And once we have this, well, the objective of this coordinated research project is to develop a worldwide pandemic early detection and response capability through artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. And for this, we are gathering information from different institutions that are participating. They are enrolled in the CRP. And we put all that information in one server. And then we have something that we call core labs, doing all the analysis and development of the algorithms. Once the algorithms are done, I'm going to show you the different phases. We are in the collection of data phase, and from this, we have different participating institutions. Then we're going to have we have to do the annotation of data. Of course, curation is also a big part of the process because curation is the quality control of the information that we are gathering. So in order to have reliable information, we need to have quality control of that. We have to have good data and also annotated data because it's the only way to train the algorithms with the annotation. And then this repository of images are going to also be a hub for researchers. So the last part of the project is the validation of the algorithm. And then the mandate of the agency is to put all the results of our research projects available for our member states. So we have to make this, to make it available. So everybody can send images, analyze the images with our algorithms. And then the repository is going to be transformed into an observatory. By the end of next year, no, 2026, sorry, we are aiming to have an observatory. Whenever, I mean, at that stage, any institution around the world can send images. And the images are going to be analyzed, especially when they have clinical problems, let's say, to validate what they, or a different diagnosis, what they know. And when the algorithms recognize different patterns, it's going to trigger an alarm. So we can receive more studies from many institutions around the world to check if we are facing a new respiratory disease, potentially a new pandemic. And why is this? Because you know that COVID-19 was described in December 2019, and then it was announced as a pandemic in February. But analyzing retrospectively, we have COVID-19 since September in the image. So we lost 4 months in which we could do something to contain the spread of the disease or to try to find therapeutic options that were suitable for the patient. So we are trying to detect at a very early stage a possible new pandemic. So that's the whole aim of the project.
Now, Enrique, I'm just left to ask, who from this secret Zodiac mission can we send to the croissant task force? Is it you? Is it someone else? I mean, this cries for some like integration with a nice format, and if we can, even as like a test balloon on a subset of this like catalog that you are planning to index in this observatory, I think that would be already amazing. So is that an option?
Yes.
You're interested to explore?
Yes. And I am the project coordinator.
So you are the guy, and we just put your name down for it. Connect you with that. Thank you so much. Any other quick questions? We have to run a tight ship for the next hour because we have a few people to catch flights and things like that. So, but is there like a quick question? Otherwise, I move it along. Enrique, thank you so much. And we have Prem and Steve, right? Yeah. I reach out later. Yes. Wait. You are both on the same slide decks, right?
Yep.
All of them. Yes.
Stop sharing.
You don't open.
All good? All right, so we're gonna take a little bit of a different path with this one. Well, a lot of the presentations so far this morning have been focused on medical data and really kind of very what I call micro data and medical data, the actual imagery, the actual per patient records, things like that. We're gonna zoom out a bit and talk about aggregate health data, aggregate data generally, and how that can be used. I'm a product manager at Google. Steve is.
I'm the director of data and analytics at the World Health Organization.
And so together we're going to talk about DataCommons. DataCommons is an open source platform built by Google, but I want to zoom out for a second with a problem statement, right? So we know that in the next 10 years, many districts around the world are going to have temperatures in the 50-degree range. We also know that at that temperature range, human survivability is very difficult. Now, if we want to understand how this impacts individuals, this is not just a matter of 1.5 or 2 degrees centigrade. This is a matter of humidity and air quality. It's a matter of housing and energy. It's a matter of how this affects farming and water supplies.
but also on the individual's demographics, pre-existing health conditions, and so on and so forth. And each one of these things I mentioned is currently collected by an independent government agency, usually in a siloed database, usually in a separate website, usually in its own format. The problem with that is this is a very messy data ecosystem, and to do anything with it, when you need a holistic view of this data, you need to be able to hire computer scientists and data scientists, and that puts a tax on anyone being able to do anything with this towards where we want to get to, which is useful policymaking, useful decision-making. And so that's where data commons enters, and our goal is to organize all the world's public data and make it universally accessible and useful. We built this whole system as open source, all the code's in GitHub using open standards. The data that we bring in from publicly available data sets, we actually remorph into a schema.org compliant format. And we built a bunch of open APIs on top of this, different ways to access it. And so there are two key innovations here. One is take all of this public data and turn it into one common knowledge graph. And then once it's that common knowledge graph, put a LLM-based AI interface in front of it that lets you quickly search and access it and look over it. That makes basically anybody in any organization be able to be a data scientist. Again, we have data from over 120 sources, 250 billion data inputs. This ranges from UN Stats, WHO, One.org, Stanford, all types of folks using this. And so again, you want to go from something like this to how can I just ask the question? I'm going to use some examples here. So I'm just going to pop over to the website itself, and I'm going to try some things out. So let me try income versus diabetes in US counties. And so if I look at income versus diabetes in US counties, I should quickly get and this is all loading in real time, by the way. Each of these dots represents a US county. On the y-axis, I have household median income. I didn't specify I was looking for household median income from the CDC. Again, this is the ability of the LLM to take a sparse statistical variable space and then identify that to the broader language space that we use. And then on the x-axis, I have the percentage of folks with diabetes from the CDC. And the point of this graph is you don't want to be in the bottom right. You don't want to be East Carroll Parish, LA. You don't want to be Todd County, South Dakota. But I can actually explore this in some of our own tooling. And in our own tooling, I should be able to, give me one sec. And in our own tooling, I can go ahead and I can decide to change it from something around diabetes to let me choose high cholesterol and see how that changes the graph. And so I'm going to choose percentage of the population. I'm going to replace diabetes with high cholesterol. And surprisingly, it's less of a trend line here. This kind of surprised me. I thought cholesterol and diabetes are kind of related, but apparently not in US counties, right? So I don't know what's going on here. Each one of these essentially has a PhD thesis behind it that someone has to understand causality and so on and so forth. But again, making this available so everyone can now do that. So there are a bunch of examples here. I can go through this. We have data from all over the world. So you can talk about African electrification. You can talk about income and diabetes in the US. You can discuss, again, this is another diabetes chart, but there are a bunch of these greenhouse gas emissions. There's a bunch of these across multiple different categories. I think what's interesting is when this becomes an ecosystem. So we built this as Google. We did all this work. Initially, we wanted a bunch of government agencies to morph their data. Surprised they didn't do that. So we did it initially. But then how do you make this available for the whole world? How do you let other people use it? So we started with Google search, right? So I can search for things like the fertility rate in Bangladesh, and this is all driven by all these charts on the right here are all driven by data commons, right? So you have the world's biggest megaphone. How do we make this data more helpful? So that was one approach, but it's not just interesting on Google's site. A lot of third parties have a lot of data. How do we help them use that data? And so I'm going to give you two examples of this. The first one is going to be Feeding America. So Feeding America is a nonprofit in the US that runs some of the largest it helps a lot of the food banks that help serve folks who are suffering from food insecurity in the US. By the way, everything I'm doing here, you'll notice I'm just opening up a browser and typing stuff in. You can do the same yourself. But if you go to Feeding America's website, they have this concept called the Meal Gap Index. For every district in the US, they have identified how many people suffer from food insecurity. And this is a proprietary number to them. They don't want to upload this to Google. They don't want Google using it. This is their number. They have it. They've worked on it. It's their own equation based on unemployment rates and the supply and demand for food banks. And so what they decided to do was in their own private Google Cloud instance, they set up a data commons server. And they took a CSV where the first column was the location, the second column was the date. And then they had columns 3 through 9, and they opened up a data commons instance with that data. And now suddenly those 9 data points are fully interoperable with the 50,000 other data points that are in Google's public data commons instance, or interoperable with any other data commons instance out there. So now suddenly they can compare their food insecure people per capita, again, every dot is a US county, with the percentage of the population with coronary heart disease, right? And this is, again, a PhD thesis waiting to be written, but I can also change that to health insurance, or in the case of this group at Feeding America, they were playing around with California counties and wanted to see whether there was any correlation or any trend line in California counties with IPCC temperature models, right? This is something that a team at a nonprofit that has no data scientists, has no chance of being able to do this yesterday, can now look at their data in new lights today. This actually ended up with the article that was published about how if you look at this graph, actually a lot of the counties in the top right here, like Del Norte County and so on and so forth, are where a lot of the agriculture is done in California. And so if you look at this at a US perspective, almost 75% of the agricultural counties are already suffering from food insecurity and are at risk of high amounts of climate change, which is a huge policy question. How are we going to go about addressing that as a nation? And so these are just examples of using this. All of the stuff I've shown you, by the way, is available at datacommons.org. You can go to the documentation, you'll see there's all these API axes. We have these, nifty little web components that are, small lines of HTML that you can embed on a site. And we also have a bunch of case studies here that you can look at. And the case studies give you examples of using this for everything from COVID-19 feature extrapolation. So rather than being able to run a feature set over, 10 confounding variables, you could run it over all 50,000 and see what actually correlated. You can also do this for, we took the IPCC temperature models and ran a CMIP6 model for every, rather than doing it 100 kilometer by 100 kilometer, we did it for every administrative area 1 and 2, which is how the world considers itself in districts, right? And so people could actually use this towards the end purposes that they want to. And I would invite you to look at the custom data commons, which is how you can set this up yourself. This all works in a Dockerized image on your laptop. Even it takes me like 20 minutes to set this up with a data set. You can do it yourself to just play with and see how valuable it is. I'm going to hand it over to Steve in a second, but I wanted to pause on one final thing we've been working on, which is we've been working closely with UN Stats, UNDESA, and last September during UNGA, we announced the UN Data Commons for the Sustainable Development Goals. And, this is a data commons instance run by the UN. It's on the UN data site that allows you to, of course, explore independent countries and see how they're doing against different goals set forth by the Sustainable Development Goals. Each of these, by the way, is those embeddable widgets. This is working like a custom search engine, but also lets people search over that data in unique ways. So things you couldn't do yesterday is like comparing the progress on poverty in 3 separate countries, right? Which now you can do quickly, get a bunch of graphs, again, all this serving in real time, right? And again, all open source. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Steve to talk about how we work closely with the WHO.
So thank you and good afternoon. So just to step back for a second, in addition to working at the WHO, I chair the Committee of Chief Statisticians at the UN. And we've been concerned for a number of years that while each UN agency is producing a lot of data and publishing it on their own website, for you as users, unless you understand the organization of the UN, it's often hard to know which UN organization is producing which data. So the idea of the UN Data Commons is to produce one big kind of window that gives you a window on all of the UN data. So you don't really have to understand the mandate of each organization in order to find what you want. So I just want to pick This is a new tool that's been launched by the UN. The WHO was one of the first organizations in, so we're still kind of in a beta phase in a way, in that we're still importing data. But I just want to show you why this is important. Just want to go down. Is this so? Yeah. You can feel my discomfort immediately. So if we look at health, and these are all public-facing data at the moment. These aren't micro data, and I'll come to that in a while. You can get all of the SDG indicators. So I just want to pick one or two just as examples. So if we pick preventable deaths, so we look at under 5 mortality. How do I get yours? Okay. You can see I'm not a Mac user.
Yeah, no, sorry.
So why is this important? So one of the riskiest events that's going to happen in your life is being born. So congratulations that you're all here. But it's very risky for your mother as well. And that risk isn't shared equally across the globe. In high-income countries, this is largely a low risk. But for many low-income countries, this is still high risk. But why this is important and why this will become more important in time is because this is what's affecting fertility, and this is what's affecting population growth. So we know with some degree of certainty that the population of Africa is going to double in the next 30 to 40 years. And that's what's driving all of the debate around migration. But it's also affecting a lot of other issues around formalization of economies, how to harness the dividends. So all of these data are here, and you can export all of these data. And crucially, as other UN data are linked in, you can then start linking it to population data to actually start combining them. You can also link it to the indicator above, which is the neonatal, which is looking at the impact on mothers themselves, because the big risk is for the parent, not just the child. Another indicator I just want to draw attention to, because in a lot of the discussion that the guys, all of what you've been discussing today, you're discussing different diseases. And in fact, last night, I just checked the UN portal on outbreaks. There's 40 live outbreaks at the moment globally around the world, primarily in Africa and Southeast Asia, but everywhere. But at the same time, from a public health, I'm going to move down. If you're really looking at public health from a money point of view, and you wanted to really talk about where to invest your money, it's non-communicable diseases. So all of the stuff that we're looking at, every disease is important, but nevertheless, the single biggest intervention you could make would actually be looking at hypertension and blood pressure. If we measured that regularly, that would probably cut the costs of hospitals and health systems by half across the world. It's the single biggest factor that's affecting us today. So we have all of these micro diseases. They're all really, really important. But what this allows you to do too is look at the impact of different diseases, look at the scale, look at the impact, and then you can actually start drawing kind of real decisions and real impacts. So just to wrap up, just to note too, the World Health Organization last year launched a World Health Data Hub. Our hub is effectively feeding this, but the hub will also, next year, I hope, launch a facility which is going to be a global data bank, where all of you or other academic institutions, you can deposit your data in the bank and we'll curate the data for you. So what we see is a lot of research data is discrete, and as soon as the research project ends, the money runs out, and then the data just languishes on a C drive and then eventually corrupts. Most of these data will not be public facing. And so one of the challenges for us is how to curate all of these data and make data available as possible while respecting the conditions of the original data set. So people would have been given conditions at the start that their data will only be made available for certain things. And then finally, the last point I want to make about this and more generally at the UN is I was really glad to hear the discussions around data governance this morning. there's huge debate and work going on at the UN on data governance at the moment. There's proposals around a universal or a global data commons, a global data infrastructure. This would have to be then adapted by each country individually. But just to point out, one of the crucial things is that there's no attempt to centralize data at the UN. That's not on our agenda at all. It's really trying to set out principles and standards for governance that private companies, that individuals, that countries could adopt as best practice. So with that, please check this out. As I said, this is only a beta really, and that only a couple of agencies have put in their data, but this is going to grow and grow very rapidly over the coming years. And then, as Prem said, you'll be able to look at individual data, but then you'll be able to start cross-tabulating data and cross-correlating to look at the impacts. And from a health point of view, that's really important because most of the determinants of health don't actually arise in the health sector. They arise either because of our income, because of our educational status, lots of things that have nothing to do with health per se. So thank you.
So if I can close on one related item, which I've heard from earlier today, is that this idea of health data, making it more searchable and usable. We've actually had a investigator who's been looking at this, a researcher who's attached to Stanford, who's been looking at this for the last few quarters. And one of the things they've been doing is bringing in a lot of medical data sets into a biomedical data commons, which we hope to be able to launch something as a test bed in like a quarter or so. I'll show you an early version of it, but the idea being, can you quickly search over diseases, gene snippets, things like that in your own language? We already have a few case studies on the website. So if I go to data commons and I go to documentation and move over to the case studies here, you'll see we have a few case studies on drug discovery. Again, all of these work with the Python collaborative notebooks because all of the open APIs exist there, but you can see some of these where people are using this already to speed up their workflows. And so if you get a chance, you should play around with this, send us feedback. This is an early product. It's an early approach to this. It's an open source venture. We want to see the community adopt this, use this, and anything we can do to help with that, we're happy to.
I have a question. I mean, for health and medical data or for sustainability data, the benefits of sharing data are obvious, right? We don't need to discuss that. We need these platforms. They're super great and everything. But you also demonstrated like income variations. And I see, I mean, if we share data, not only beneficial for health and sustainability, but also, I mean, we are building Google's search graph, right? We are feeding the LLMs of tomorrow, everyone, if we are putting data public. And I'm not sure if this is really, I mean, we should realize that what we are doing here. And is Google also giving back data? I mean, they're collecting everything. But if I look at income or poverty data, Google probably has super high resolution spatial affluence data for all over Africa, which is not public, right?
So we do make a lot of our data actually public. So recently, for example, we released like a 2.5D model of the entire world, which gives you an idea of building outlines, their heights, where they are, mobility maps, people maps, population maps. We make a lot of these data available that we're able to in an aggregated format that obviously is privacy preserving. We do this in different realms. Now, mind you, what we have started here is a project around publicly available data. So all the data in data commons, in our Google's data commons instance, is Creative Commons 4 data that's produced by usually governmental or intergovernmental organizations with the purpose of better policymaking, right? And I do think that that is an important purpose still. I think you'd agree with that. And I do think that making this data more available, by the way, to your point on quote unquote feeding the LLMs, I want to point out that right now, one of the active projects we have internally at Google is around how do you ground LLMs with real data? And I think we all want this, by the way, because I don't think we want the LLMs making up the number based on a statistical model on what the population is or what the temperature is going to be in an area. We want them to ground on authoritative data sources from scientists and researchers who understand what's going on behind the scenes that you can source and then draw to a source also. And so this, I think, is a really important research effort we have going on internally. And if we do it, I do believe this will set the path for how all of these new AIs need to be grounded around something, right? And I think that's a really important concept, because right now I think we are at this interesting cusp and precipice where we don't know what comes out of the system all the time or why it comes out of it. And as we've seen, there are some dangers associated with that. So I do think that it can be viewed as a negative that we're feeding the LLM. I hope it's viewed more as a positive that we're trying to ground the LLMs.
No, go on.
Please, you raise your hand.
But you are more qualified, so.
So just to try to his point, to the gentleman's point, I think also it raises the very significant, aspect of governance, right? Because, when you have, some players, multinationals, having, the power to, with the money to buy stuff and do stuff and compute, it's difficult for, smaller players to compete in, this environment, and also for data providers from, small countries, developing countries to participate in this quote unquote global market, right? Data marketplace to facilitate it in the next generation of AI and have a health equity across all, the citizens of the world, right?
Well, so our hope with data commons, by the way, I don't disagree with you generally to your point around the inequities. Right now, just to be clear, even in data commons, if you look at it, we have the most statistical variable representation in the US. Then we have it, unsurprisingly, for OECD countries. We also have it for India because we happen to have a team in India that works on this and cares about the local country and therefore has done a lot of work. And then you exponentially dive down the cliff, right, for the rest of the world. And that is both a problem that a lot of these countries don't have statistical offices, aren't producing this data, as well as the fact that that data is not digitally represented, it's not, online yet, as well as the fact that where's the interest in consuming it and using it, right? So I do very much align with you on those issues. I do think one of the things we're trying to do with a platform like Data Commons is reduce it's a catalyst, right? It reduces that catalytic cost, hopefully, around using data, right? I think in the US, we have tons of data, and I would argue our policymakers have no idea how to use it, right? I don't think anyone would disagree with that for any of your policymakers. How can you make a Senate aide or an EU parliamentarian's aide understand how they can use data to make the right policy decisions to get the right outcome societally? That's essentially what we're trying to do here. I do think some of these questions around how does the value exchange work around this stuff? This is where I hope it comes back to that value exchange. So a lot of agencies produce data because they're required to. Someone wrote a law saying produce this data, so they do it. But then they don't use that data back in making the organization run better and making societal outcomes work better, all of that stuff, right? So how do you make that so that you do have a bit of this exchange? And you're right, there is a lot of compute behind this. There's a lot of money that goes behind this, a lot of engineering power and resourcing that goes behind this. But again, the hope is let us do that as Google because we can, and let us then make this available to the world so that you can then get the secondary research and other things on top of that.
Could I just supplement quickly? All of the UN data is produced under what's known as the fundamental principles of official statistics, and principle one is open access. So from our point of view, our job is to make all of the data accessible to everybody at the same time. And there's no distinction between customer, whether it's private sector, whether it's public sector. It's produced under Creative Commons. And from our point of view, it's then like, it's just unleash the data, give it to everybody, and hopefully people will use it. So like the point is well taken, but from our point of view, it's completely.
We're talking about the broader, basically space.
Yeah, and I will say one of the reasons we built this concept of a custom data commons is to what you said. You can put this behind a login. You can decide who gets access to it. You can charge for it. You can do things like that over time, right? It's just, we wanted to make something that shows a base case instantiation with public data that we think is still valuable. I do hope one day, like a private organization with a lot of stores is going to use this to figure out, well, predicts my revenue for all my different stores everywhere, right? And that's a use case.
Yes, as a journalist, I'd like to share the pitfalls I found while using this kind of data, because I'm very keen on this kind of data, and the question you have in mind are very close to mine when you try to find some correlations. So, but there is a general context, and the general context is the social determinant of health, which are supposed to prove that the poor are always victims and the rich are profiteers. And the SDG goes in that direction, and the academia make the life on this. But still, we know that the country with the longest life expectancy are not necessarily the richest. And we have known that for generations, but we have not advertised, and WHO, as far as I remember, you are too young to know, has never advertised that very much until maybe 20, 30 years ago, when it started becoming trendy. And it's not much discussed. We quote it now and then, but it doesn't really play a role in the public debate. The same with COVID. There might be some rationale to think that rural areas were less exposed to the spread of COVID. And to some extent, it is true, not entirely. It was very difficult for me to find data on that. And also, it is not trendy and welcome to prove that maybe the poor farmers in Africa were not more, but less exposed to the pandemic. You mentioned diabetes and cholesterol. Again, you are too young to know, but in my time, when I was your age, 153 years ago, the image of the poor was a skin on a skeleton. And today it is an obese. So, of course, if we live in a transition when poverty means underfed to a society where the poor is overfed, then it's very difficult to draw conclusion from this kind of thing. Also, it was not clear to me if it was after or before treatment. I think that in diabetes, it doesn't change because diabetes is diabetes, even if you cure it. For cholesterol, I don't know whether it means they are at risk. Of course, the rich have a lot of ways to keep fit. But also, again, a taboo. What about the health of Hollywood stars? We know that they are not that healthy, but there are embarrassing counterexamples. I have never checked, but I will tomorrow, the relation between the countries with a strong alcohol ban, that is Islamic countries, and life expectancy. But the worst is to come. That is, in Switzerland, in this country, 30 or 50 years back, I can't remember, there was a checking of numbers about the relation between health budget, spending, and health. And it was discovered that in all the region of Switzerland, life expectancy health had the same level, but not the spending. The spending was proportional to the density of doctors in that region. It's very telling, but this is not something WHO, who never had a word against the medical corps in its entire history, might start researching that. And the last example, I had been attending such a workshop. I don't know if it was a previous AI for Good or something else. The room was full with high-ranking and lower-ranking experts on health, public health, WHO. I asked it a simple question. How many health professionals are there on Earth? And to make it more specific, I said, how many nurses, how many, etc. No one knew, even within a bracket of 20 different. So how can we make serious and sound public health policy if we don't know if there are 100,000 or 1 billion of cardiologists on Earth?
So, well, you've raised a lot of issues there. So let me address one really important one though. So I'm the chief statistician at WHO. My job is to produce the best data that I can without fear or favor. What WHO
and I trust you on that.
Says about that data, that's another thing. I have my own opinions on some things, but the crucial thing, it's back to the point My job is to make the data open, so that should hold WHO to account. It should hold other governments to account, because if everybody has the data, then you're free to challenge WHO just as you're free to challenge a government or anybody else. So for me, that's the fundamental issue. It's making the data available. The other issue is it kind of came up indirectly in Prem's comments. We see in high-income countries the quality of the data are much better. As we move into lower-income countries, unfortunately, the quality of the data deteriorates, and there's huge data gaps and paucity. A lot of those data we fill with imputation, they're modeled. So again, I mean, with any data, you have to be really careful around causality, and I think somebody made this point earlier. With a lot of our data, unfortunately, you have to be even more careful, because you really need to pay attention to the metadata and understand, are these reported data? And even reported data come with cautions depending on the country, because there's different motives. But when you come to model data, it's particularly important. So if we take the excess mortality that we published last year, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's the best data we could publish. But a lot of the correlates, a lot of the models were designed on high-income countries, and then that model was exported to low-income countries. We adjusted them, we adapted them as best we can, but you're always left with that lingering question, you know, did we miss something? So all I would say is, look, the data are there, but just treat them with caution, exercise judgment and caution always.
But I will also say, when the data disagrees, when you have these weird things happening in a data, behind each of those is also a story, right? And so if you look at the SDG data, for example, on, I think there was, we have some checks as we bring data in. And one of the things we noted was the country of Brazil went from reporting on the order of 19,000 some individuals who had been trafficked out of Brazil down to 16. Not 16,000, 16. And so all the Arab alarm bells went off saying something's wrong with this data set. We went, followed up with the UN. The UN went, checked and said, nope, publish that. That's what the country of Brazil, under the president at the time, published. And if you go a little further and if you do a few Google searches, you find out that they completely, defunded the agency that was supposed to produce the data. So there's a story to be told there. How does a number go from 19,000 to 16? In the US, someone used the COVID data from DataCommons to create, there's an entire stat news articles that showed the excess deaths in Republican versus Democratic counties, and how the excess deaths were probably COVID deaths that were not attributed to COVID in those counties, and how you saw the rate increase greatly after vaccines came out. It's a very different story to tell then, right? That's a story about people not getting vaccinated when they could have protected themselves. And so these are the sorts of things that I think are valuable as stories to get out there, where the data, I think, can help at least tell those stories. And at the very least, at least help us get better data so we can tell more of these stories.
Yes, can I?
We unfortunately have to keep moving things along. I put on my bad guy hat, but let's thank.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's why you set up. Maybe I just want to put one more, kind of continue one thought from the previous discussion we had with Isabelle. So, full disclaimer, I saw the rich API documentation on the left menu bar, so yeah. I haven't explored that fully. But what I was thinking, the next thing that I would like to do is basically compose a task, right? You already have this nice aggregate indexing and these interactive kind of graphs that or scatter plots that you can just plot to get some insights. But the next step, I would say, from a machine learning perspective, would be to basically, hit compose task from that. What is the X? What is the Y? Give me the data in that format. Is that something that you guys have already done, or it's on the?
It's not something we've done yet, but it is very much. I think our first step we want to do is, if we can ground, the open source or even the other models that we have, Then you can do secondary order things on compose on top of that, where we're not trying to rebuild a lot of functionality that already exists. Our goal is to bring this data together and then have those other tools use that to do your secondary and tertiary analysis on top. But yes, good idea.
All right, so we have two more presentations. You guys also have to, yeah, let's catch up later. Thanks for our presentation. So we have two more, Ferath and Kherif before the lunch.
Thank you very much.
And then we probably have to reorganize a bit since we are like 20, 30 minutes behind time. And we have some buffer at the end, so overall time budget. So, okay. We just, ground truth is always the spreadsheet.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentations.
Take it away.
Okay, it's a shame that they left because I want to, some part of this work was from the few projects that we have done. And one was about the federated analysis that we started in the medical informatics platform in 2013, with the idea that data can be shared. And we needed like a lot of data for doing data mining, etc. And the place where you find the data is a hospital, and we didn't have the option to share this data to expose them. And it was by necessity at the time, 2013. It was not very popular to federate learning. It was more by necessity that we developed this system that allow people to access the data and to do analysis on this data. And then I remember at the time that people were screaming. They say, "Oh, give me the data. What are you talking about?" So we were just giving functions that run on the data. You can do analysis, etc. But people didn't trust, like we have now this question of what you can run straight away because they want to run their own algorithm. And we develop a system where you can input your own algorithm. So this has evolved, particularly with our contribution to the AI focus group and some inputs from the people from that group on this federated data sourcing. So I will be speaking on the case of brain health, but it's very generic. There's only the part of pre-processing of the data that is really related to the brain. So our point of view, at the end of the day, what we are looking for is not data. What we're looking for is to build some sort of knowledge to understand in medical system what are the underlying causes and what's the biology. So this is what you want, basically. Unfortunately, sharing this data at the scale, we know that is necessary. We need all this data. And the approach, as I said, that started with the necessity, this federated data, establish a governance model, which is in fact much easier to manage because everybody is owner of his own data. You can pull the plug whenever the person wants to pull the plug. He contributes. And the idea, the incentive that was talked about before is that by enabling this sort of putting this data in one pot, is that you can get out much more than what you have put. So in the case of federated model, for example, you can train your model on your own data set. You have one result. You can build a global model that will learn from all the different data sets. But this global model might not be the best model for you because it's tuned for everybody, but it doesn't necessarily give you it's not the best model for your patients. So a third output of this federation is an informed model. So basically it's a model that is run on your data, but informed by the rest of the other data sets. So this is what we try to build. So the idea was to establish a way to be able to source data from different places. So this can be different devices. Let's say if you, next slide, devices. So So the data governance model built upon the data schema or metadata. That's now with Croissant is much more nicer that we have done. And the key element is about what is this metadata. So there is the metadata. There's some that you can find in the head of the DICOM, for example, with the device. So you can find lots of information, technical data. But there's also all the contextual information, which what we discussed before is what's the purpose of this data, why it was collected, what was all the information, even maybe the weather, right, around the point that was collected data. And I think we have to maybe to emphasize this information, not talk about data, but talk about find another term like data events, because that gives the idea of an event that's something that has been collected at a certain point of time for a certain purpose. So that's the evolution I try to put in there. And there's also the different aspects of data quality, scalability, and the user interface, which is a bit important that when you have a lot of data, you need to think about how people will interact with this data set. And we have done a bit of work on this, experimented with doctors, and so this is the different data sources. So we need to source the data from possible multiple devices. So for example, if you're interested in blood pressure, this can be connected at the hospital or connected by some wearable. So the system needs to have this information to be used, but know that they come from different devices. We know the value of collecting data from different countries. Using this federated approach, you have access to diverse patient population. You can also look at rare diseases, etc. And then, as I say, one advantage is this adaptation to the local regulatory requirements. So you don't feel like the global ethic is different in different places. And this is what we, in our experiment, when we did the federation across hospital, university hospital in Europe, we did 6 of them. They were provided data, and at the end we managed to get a database with 6,000 Alzheimer's patients. That was at that time the biggest database on Alzheimer's patients, and also with data that they would not have been used otherwise. So these data, they were collected, they were sitting in the PAC system, and then maybe somebody looked at them once, and then that's it. So these data, they find a new use. So the type of data that for our case can be federated. So you have the MRI imaging data, PET, CT scan in their different formats. You also need other lab results, comorbidities, etc. And then the diagnostic, which is in fact, diagnostic is a bit of a tricky one. And at the end, we remove it because when a patient goes to the hospital, he doesn't go to the hospital necessarily as a patient. He goes to the hospital because he failed or he has frailty or something like this. So there's a lot of exams that are not labeled necessarily as a patient. So we have to be careful about the diagnostic itself. So the platform was different layers, and as I say, the access, you don't have access to the data, but the option to run certain tasks, certain algorithm, and the result gets aggregated. And recently we extend this work by including the Bayesian framework. That's a Delio system here that's working on this. The benefit of having this hierarchy called Bayesian framework is that we, as I told you, is that we have this different type of models. So there's the local model on your own data. There's the global model, which is informed by all data. And there's the informed one that is using the other data as a prior to find this sort of in-between adapted to the data set. And almost for free, you got this notion of Bayesian evidence that fit also with the idea of medical evidence, is that you can measure how much information one data set is bringing. So the weighting is also about how much information. So you can, the federation is done by weighting the information by the evidence, the Bayesian evidence. So that's the thing. So in order to do that, to be able to run all this model, we know there's a lot of data that are around, and we have to discover them. And we need to not only to connect this data, to have them in different databases and to put them, but if we want to address big health issue information, we have to link this data. And then with the AI focus group was the idea to move from the idea that we have a data catalog, and then this data catalog would be listing where you can find this data. So what we need is to define spaces of interest where different diseases will sit. And we thought that the best way also to describe these different spaces and to have access is to use a semantic layer, which is based on the Unified Medical Language System. And this is a language system that is used by PubMed. So suddenly what you have is the ability to query data, but to query paper at the same time. You query scientific papers. When you put a query, I want some data about, I don't know, Alzheimer's disease with certain PET scan, etc. You are also having for free all papers that have been published on this on your question. So the other advantage of the UMS is that he also connected to different ontology, and the notion of ontology is something that we struggle a lot at the beginning. We had in the group pure ontologists that say we have to curate the data and go along the same. But the reality is that the data, when they come from a hospital, the person who has this knowledge who can do that doesn't have the time. So the clinician or the person who produces the data doesn't have the time. And my opinion is use that because nobody was using it at the end. Even if it was done, nobody was using it. So the idea was to build a way to do that in a very organic manner, iterative, by creating this sort of hierarchy where when a data provider provides the data, let's say this is, he can just tell you this is a memory score. So we put it in the bubble called cognitions. And then this gets refined, and the other people, when they provide data, they can find also the place. So the space gets filled. So some data are not yet annotated or curated or analyzed, they're just somewhere. And then you see what other people have done, and this gets organized organically. So this is our user interface, basically. In fact, the data comes like this, and then also as user, you say, okay, I'm interested in this type of data. And then you can cross the data from multiple dimensions as well. And this is the access to the data, so it doesn't matter where the data sits, basically. So for the end user, he doesn't know where the data are coming from, where they are. I mean, he can get this information, but you just ask your questions, and this question gets executed where the data are, basically locally. So this was our version 1 of the pre-croissant. So it was really so the data I described, this is which was a common format. We tried with JSON, etc. It was too difficult for the people who were doing this. So this was organized in a hierarchical manner. And if you have a new variable, you just have this file, you can edit it. So there's an editor. You just say this variable belongs to metabolism. And later on, you can add information. You can move it from one box to the other. Now in the new version, I'm separating the hierarchy from the description of the data, with the idea that everybody can build his own hierarchy. So I can create my own worlds of data that I'm interested in, discard. With this system, you can also create new variables, which are composite variables. So you can say, I want to mix this one, and create new variables. So they are just created for free, let's say also.
Sorry, I don't know if my French is good enough. Does it say to touch it?
A button or something.
A button. You see, my French is not good enough. No, you continue.
It's going to sleep mode. So this is also a recent introduction that people from the AI focus group, Marc Lecoultre, have introduced, and with some clinicians, we try to work on this concept of the federation, with the idea that the first evolution part we were providing to the local data providers the tools. There was very strict requirements about the format, and there was requirements about certain things. Now it's very like I was in French necessarily. So which is also the spirit of Croissant, is that you do whatever you want. So this is your business, your thing. We don't touch your system. We provide certain tools, etc. But you do. So the idea is that we create this data as a product. So data products are created, and then we have cross the different participants groups, for example, that have expertise in MRI or genetic, etc. Then this group will work together to define, let's say, the tools that they need for providing this data. And then this fits with the idea that if we want to understand disease, we need to combine information from different data sources. So if you are interested in Alzheimer's disease or in autism or MS, for example, you need information that sits at different places about cognition, about lifestyle, about immune system, etc. And this can organize as data product like the DNA, GWAS, notable studies. So these are the sources where data provide, and the output, what you will see is this information that's come and can be integrated. So there's an arrow because of lifespan model, because also there's the idea that we want to build an age model, looking at these different diseases across ages, not to look them also separately. So I think I will finish here. So that was a framework that we developed, and we're building the prototype. So define the use case, identify some data sources. But I will not go to the detail, but a few things are important. So the two aspects of these yellow boxes is the stakeholder engagement and their support. And it was said before, I think we have to involve the patients more and more. And I think it starts to be like a requirement to have also the patient, also participate into this effort. So you can give them also tasks or something like this. They also ask about this. And there's also the issue that is not yet solved about the ownership or of the federated models. That was some questions. So these are the 2 points I want to highlight. And that's it.
Quick question is, so this is mainly organized through, or the legwork of this is done through your institute, no? Or
yeah,
who's maintaining this at the moment?
So this is one issue that we have, because we have these different grounds, and that they are not necessarily in some continuity. So we try to scale depending on the ground. So we were lucky at some point. We got like quite a lot of money to build system. Then after we have much less money, then in that case we work on we focus on 2 problems that were, I think, important. One was this harmonization of data and the way to do it very easily. We're seeing that you are doing now with Croissant. And the other one was that the weakness of this system is that you have to install this local infrastructure at every places. And then sometimes just getting a server in the hospital takes 6 months. And then now we worked on this option to provide either machine on the cloud or to use cloud technology for deployment to make it easy for them. So we focus on few things, but
Because what I'm thinking, like maybe one elegant way to leverage all this nice kind of ontology and matchmaking that you already did is to feed these requirements into the health extension of Croissant.
Yeah.
Because I think, I mean, similar, we talked about this with Eva and like all this WHO like good practices that were kind of painfully emerged over several years' time, and then you carried it forward and give your own flavor in your own institute, so that we, I think, make sure this is channeled, this knowledge is channeled, and not like Steve said, right? The typical life cycle of a research project when
no, of course, this is the issue.
Start somewhere.
But in Europe is a bit different from the US. It's why basically in the US you have this option to create. I think there's a model that should be inspired, because in Europe you have this funding were short-lived. That is not possible to have other kind of funding. There's also the human resource aspect. You cannot keep people in your institution beyond a certain time. So all of this play a role to explain why it is difficult to do this long term.
To add to what Luis was saying, you had a lot of lessons learned the hard way. It's good, we can, talk openly, do some workshop and see how we can integrate as best practices into this extension.
I think like
and talk about cataloging there. That's basically people will have some ideas there as well. What schemas to use and
I think Anne is that's what my understanding is at the moment is trying to consolidate that group, so it needs experts and expertise like this to make sure the vocabulary is kind of is built in a way that supports the actual tasks, right? So that we don't just end up indexing ad infinitum the whole universe. We need to index the critical like configurations of the universe for these, right? Whether it's the task or the problem, however we call it. But that's the thing that in the end I think determines whether the data set actually has impact or it's not being used.
But if you do it in this sort of iterative manner, it grows when people agree, let's say.
You can apply a Delphi process if you want to do it super democratic.
And then we have this data governance committee, and then I had problem explaining.
No democracy.
I even have
problem. We just have a data king. Why can we not have a data queen?
Exactly. This is the problem I face, because the data governance committee were just people that will meet and then simply agree that this variable will sit in this. That was it. And at the beginning, people that were collaborating, like head of services, etc. They say, "Oh, I want to sit in this committee because it's called governance," right? But it was about governance of the data. So basically, it's where decisions were made about, we will call this variable like this, and there's descriptions, and that's it. I mean, it's very practical. And there's nothing there.
Yeah. Okay, guys. We have one. No. Don't feel to rush, but we have to move on, unfortunately. Pratik, you can prepare already.
Yes.
And then we can calibrate our the rest of the day. We had some buffer anyway planned, like an hour at the end, so we are not so much over time with our total budget, but we probably have to move the schedule around a bit. So we can.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pratik.
I'm going to quickly have to rejoin this. Give me a second.
Yeah. Take your time.
Luis.
Pratik, and then we have lunch break, and then we have Eva, Shada, and Johannes. And we have like one block in the afternoon.
What time you should finish?
We wanted to finish at 2:30. So I think after Pratik, we have a longer break, and then we meet again.
Okay, but then it will be difficult for me to, can I maybe then present after fatigue, or is it too long then?
You have your other WHO thing, right?
No, just a call, like, but I need to, like, at latest at 2.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Let's do that. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So hi everyone, my name is Pratik. I'm from Bayer, specifically from Bayer in radiology, and I'm responsible for developing digital products. So I'm leading efforts from the architecture and engineering perspective of those digital products. In my team, we have Stefan Vogler, who is our lead data scientist, and he's also very active in AI for Good community in Crosshaw. He's also there online, by the way, so he couldn't attend in person. And then we have Marcus, who is leading our strategy and vision. Stefan and I both are part of Marcus's team. And now today, what I'm gonna share is some insights, some learning that we have had over the period of very long journey while building cloud-based ML development platform. This platform is intended for software as medical devices, but it can actually serve much more other wider areas as well. And as of now, we are tuning it for the radiology applications, but further down the line, we have the roadmap defined for it. Now, before I jump to the platform, let's take a bird's eye view and why there is a need of such a platform. I mean, we heard a lot of problems, a lot of challenges from all the presentations that we had earlier, right? And this is nothing but another attempt to put a different perspective at a bird's eye level. So there are challenges in the healthcare space that we can put numbers around. We all love numbers, right? So the first number that I want to share today is 56% of radiologists, that is more than half, are experiencing burnout and depression. 56%, right? That is more than half of the radiologists. The second number that we see here on the blue box is 4.2 billion imaging exams are conducted per year worldwide, right? What is the population of world? 8.1, 8.2, right? That's not apples and apples comparison per se. It's not like half of the population is, going through those exams, but just to put the number in perspective, 4.2 billion, imagine the data that is created out of those 4.2 billion exams, and that is radiology data. Now, the third number that I have here is 40 million diagnostic errors per year worldwide. And now I want to connect all these three numbers. If you now try to understand all these three numbers, you will feel that they are related. The 56% of burnout is understandable because there are 4.2 billion exams, right? There's just enough, I would say, as of now, radiologists and healthcare professionals that can serve those exams, that can, who can analyze those exams, help patients understand outcomes of those exams. Now, to add on top of it, there are around approximately 40 million errors that are occurring in the diagnostics. That adds on to that, and that is resulting into that 56% burnout that our radiologists are experiencing. Now, if you observe the heading of this, we have to change this, right? And there are ways to change this. We just need to approach this problem in a systematic way. And in the further part of the presentation, I'm also going to share how we can approach this problem, how we as a Bayer are attempting to solve this problem. Now, on top of this, there are some other things as well that we need to change. The first generation of medical AI softwares, they're already out. If you go to the FDA website, we will find there are a lot of FDA approved software as medical devices, which are already in field. They are working, some of them not working, somewhat working, right? Depending on the use case, depending on the complexity. Now, the first example that I have here is a paper which is published. Now, I want you to focus on a couple of things. If you observe the blue box carefully, there are more false positive findings than the radiology reports, right? So even though this software is commercially launched, in the actual field, it is producing more false positives than what the developers or the product owners of that platform would have imagined. Now, the second paper or second example that I have here, it is actually shared by clinicians. And those were some, I think, clinicians who were excited to check whether the AI is working for them and wanted to try out the solution and find out if it is working for them. In that example, if you observe the last 2 points, you will see that it is not actually working in the way how it is supposed to work or how it was expected to work. The third point is more about it is just enough comparable with the actual human interpretation. And the second point is more around the error, the human reader error and the model error comparison. So these examples are making us wonder that the first generation of medical AI softwares, are they struggling in the wild? And what we can do. I have one last example to share more about this problem, why AI systems are failing in the reality. The third one is actually an example from Google. Google's attempt to solve diabetic retinopathy, I believe. And if you read the headline, Google's medical AI was super accurate in a lab, but in real life, it was a different story. Now, from this headline, there can be different understandings that we all can get, different perspectives that we all can have around the company, around the attempt. But there's a small plot twist here. Someone might have reported this, right? That this particular software is not working. But in this case, it turned out that it's actually Google who reported it. And Google Health came out clean. They tried to share all the learnings that they took from this experiment of real world integration. They tested it in the real world integration. They found out what is working. They found out what is not working. And they tried to share that example, those learnings with community to further improve, overall landscape. And I think you should also go through the paper that is mentioned there. It shares tons and tons of interesting insights. Now that we know there's a question around whether medical AI softwares are really struggling in the wild or not, we at Bayer are constantly trying to think how we can approach this problem, how we can solve this problem. At Bayer, we have a mission, health for all and hunger for none, and we are very dedicated, driven to that mission, right? So that's where we also try to think about the problems and try to combine the forces, try to combine the joint expertise. Couple of months back, we announced our partnership collaboration with Google to work on this platform that I'm going to present in some time. And the thought process behind that collaboration was Google is good in tech, we are good in domain, let's combine the forces and come out with something which can help the overall community and more importantly, our patients. Now, we already saw the problems that those softwares are facing in the real world scenarios. And we try to then analyze what is the gap. What is the gap that is resulting into these issues or these findings. So we came up with some high level gaps, lack of standardization, and we have seen that in other presentations as well, right? Lack of standardization, some isolated local experiments which may not work well for larger set of audiences, larger set of populations. High frequency innovation cycles in AI are also resulting sometimes adversely to the existing already published algorithms. And the technology landscape nowadays is running like crazy. you have seen a lot of announcements from different technology thought leaders, different technology front runners. And if we look at the regulatory landscape, I think Alex also mentioned the governance committee that attempt which they are trying to have around it. But in reality, the regulatory committees are also trying to follow the lead, not lead, right? So they're trying to evolve themselves. They're a little behind the technology and they're a little behind in coming up with those regulations front hand. So that is also another gap that we observed. Now, one of the misunderstanding that we have is ML validation versus clinical validation. And I think someone also mentioned it earlier, the difference between the two is huge. And I just have few words put on the slide to tell you the clinical validation side of things and what all the things are involved. And those are not even, maybe 50% of them. So study protocol, you will have to come up with reader adjunction, imaging manuals. You will have to conduct the complete study around it. You will have to follow some specific standards. There are roles like data stewards, which are very important in these kind of validations. So it is very important to understand that even though you have an AI algorithm which is working, you have validated it, you have performance metrics around it, you still have to go through a clinical validation to take that algorithm near patients. So how does the journey ahead looks like then? Now that we know there are some gaps, there are some challenges, there are products already in the market who are struggling. So how does the journey ahead looks like, right? So there are two sections to this. On the first top, we have status quo, the first generation of medical softwares, which are currently out in the field. Now, how we at Bayer are looking at it is we are trying to improve it from two different angles. One is to improve the AI development to cope up with the real world. And that is also an initiative by AI for Good, right? And AI for Health that my team member Stefan is participating into, which is data-centric ML research. So improve that side of things, and that side of things actually helps us to improve things down further line on the right hand side. But while data-centric ML research is important, it is not enough. It is also important to empower the whole ecosystem with the tools and technologies that they will need and reduce their entry barrier for technologies. So when we combine those two, the green arrow that you see in between, that's the path we are trying to take and how we are trying to take. So now I am going to go a little deep down into medical AI development, medical AI product development, software as medical device development, so-called. So we have this experience of building ML cloud, ML development cloud-based platform for our in-house capabilities when we were developing SAMDs for ourselves. And from that experience, we tried to create a platform out of it because we thought the platform is the solution which can bring everything together and which can create some sort of a ecosystem which can help to address these problems. Now, there are two parts of the overall life cycle. One is experimentation and second is industrialization. And as part of experimentation phase, you do your discovery cycles, you build a concept, you create a POC to prove that the concept is working. And then from there, once you have some sort of prototype ready, you enter into the industrialization phase. When you want to make that POC or when you want to expand on that POC and make it real world ready, so-called, right? So when you go from POC to industrialization, there are different sub-phases, like you have to go through your complete software development lifecycle. Then you have to do clinical validation. Once you do the clinical validation, you go for the regulatory approvals. After regulatory approvals, you have to deploy it in the hospital IT or near where the clinical evaluations are getting done. And you don't stop thereafter. You still have to monitor your AI in the actual clinical setup. So each of these sub-phase has its own set of challenges. And if we focus just one part of it, we might solve that part, but the others will still remain, right? So we are trying to take a holistic approach of platform development, which focuses on all the problems, or at least tries to focus on all the problems. So how we can do that? So
Pratik, just fair warning, we have to break in around
Yes.
5 minutes.
Yeah. So I'll just keep it limited because of the time. So along with these phases, even if you have a platform, there are some things which are not which cannot be automated, which we cannot do on the platform. So for that, we will also need services, data services, regulatory services, which can help those products to reach to patients. And then one thing we need to understand is also there are, when we call it an ecosystem, there are different personas are involved. It's not just developers who are developing, it's not just regulators who are trying to regulate those products, but it's also producers, consumers, payers, different types of other personas, different types of other organizations who are involved into the overall software as medical device development lifecycle. And okay, now this is the main slide that I want to focus on. So this is our answer to all of these problems. This is what we are trying to
Thank you.
From the lab, I can understand that this is a huge.
Now the phone moment, Pratik, if you promise the answer to all the problems.
So what you see on the screen is like a big elephant, right? It's not an easy problem to solve. It's not, and we understand that it's a complex problem to solve, but it is at least our attempt to give it a try. And what we want to do is we want to reduce the frictions and we want to accelerate the overall life cycle. And as I shared earlier, there are different different challenges at each part of the life cycle. So
just one other question, Pratik.
Yes.
I see correctly, you pick Comic Sans, right, for the font?
For the, sorry?
The font is Comic
Yes,
Comic Sans.
yes, because it's a concept in development. That's why it's the Comic Sans. And this particular platform is still in the development. We will be releasing it in the MVP phase by last quarter of this year, and then we will go for the actual launch next year. So essentially what we are trying to do is you have your own devices where you are developing your product, medical AI product. You have your organization, you are working within that framework. You have your own identity management, you have your own infrastructure, you have your data, right? Now, the interesting thing is, but it's still not working for you. So what we want to propose is try it out with this set of principles that we have on the platform, and let's see if it works out. So in order to bring you to the platform, we are using something called as the identity broker. So you don't have to manage all different credentials, tens and hundreds of credentials that you have for other platforms, right? So you can bring in your own identity, you can bring in your own devices. It is device independent platform. You can also bring in your own data. And when you get onboarded onto the platform, there are 2-3 main modules in the platform. One is the user interface. You will have custom user interface, just like other tools. You will have your dashboards to check what is happening in your ecosystem real time. Then the important features of this platform is the marketplace. On this marketplace, you will be able to find data from our data partners. On this marketplace, you will be able to find boilerplate codes which can accelerate your development. On this marketplace, you will be able to find integrations with foundational models. We will also try to provide you tools for each of your requirement around your development lifecycle. And with the marketplace, we really want to focus on collaboration and sharing. So even within your team, you will have options to collaborate on certain things, or if you want to do a cross collaboration with some other parties, you will have those options on the marketplace. So marketplace, we look at it as really a accelerator during your development life cycle and also during your data collection. Now, data collection itself, data procurement itself is a huge problem, and we want to address it with making the data partner network available. So then what we have is the GenAI suite, and that GenAI suite will not just be helping you to, answer some queries, but how we look at it is a complete suite or a complete package, which can help you to also generate synthetic data. If you have your own models, you can bring in your own models. And we also have plans to collaborate and create some models of our own. We have few successes there already. During the regulatory processes, you will have to create a very heavy documentation. And that's where, but you don't have to work on it alone. And with that concept, we have something called as document generation for your regulatory approvals. All of the processes that you are doing during your project lifecycle, we have connectors to connect it with the knowledge base and the LLMs that we are using behind the scenes. Those will get trained on your that separate corner of the section, which is limited to you. It is not shared with anyone. It is not used for general purposes. But you can leverage context that you are putting in your project to create those documents. So that's how we are also trying to accelerate your document generation process. So one of the interesting thing that I also discussed with others earlier, the document process for regulatory is not something that everyone realizes right at the start of the project, during experimentation or during even development process, and everyone takes the approach of hurrying up later and doing it later, and that reduces into your actually increases your go to market, which is a bad thing, right? So we have seen those numbers, and these products needs to be out there in the market today.
We need to wrap up.
Yes,
otherwise I get human rights.
And we're done. Yeah. Just 2 more minutes.
In the UN, this would be the big scandal.
Yes. And then the platform is backed by infrastructure automations. The platform is also backed by cybersecurity. We are making sure that you get industry grade security in place. And on top of it, as I shared earlier, there are also other services which the consumers of this platform can use. Now this is the almost last slide, but I'm not going to talk about it more because you can already imagine. So it takes almost a village to build a medical AI product, and that's why the problems that we saw earlier, those problems exist. So essentially with this platform, what we are trying to do is we are trying to draw the 4th circle on top of these 3 circles and create a platform out of it where everyone can collaborate and share. Yes, so this is like a last slide that I have, and I will not spend again a lot of time. I already talked about our mission, Health for All and Hunger for None. And the platform that we are developing is part of our mission, which is Health for All. What we want to empower is the faster journey of those software as medical device products, using which, then patients would benefit. So I'm just going to surface this slide for a second and handing back over to Luis for question and answers.
Yeah, then maybe, so I would say let's do it this way. For those people almost falling out of their chairs for dehydration or hunger, since hunger for none, right? That's the theme.
Exactly.
So I would say whoever urgently already wants to get some food, feel free to. Just before you leave, let's meet here maybe 2:10. So we originally budgeted until 2:30. We now need to carry our delay a bit into the afternoon so that we can try to finish by 3. So I would say let's meet 2:10 here. to continue we have 4 more presentations, and then we're going to wrap up. Yeah. So if you leave early, you know the time. Now questions for Pratik. Yeah.
Quick question. You mentioned that the partnership between Bayer and Google.
Yeah.
And there also I also saw generative AI on your slide.
Yes.
There. And I was wondering about the nature of the partnership. Is it just you're using infrastructure from Google, or do you have some privileged access like to AlphaFold 3 or something? Is there something going on?
Yes, for both. So we are, it's a partnership, right? So we do have early access to their products, and we also give feedback on those products to improve them further. And so generative AI was one question, right? So yes, we do have access to early products.
I was wondering specifically about AlphaFold 3, which is like for drug discovery.
Yes. Yes, we do have access to that as well. So all pre-GA products, as a partner, we get access to them. We test them out, and we also provide.
But just access, not you're just getting not weights or representation. Access.
Yeah, just access to it, and then experimenting around it is on us. Creating value out of it is on us.
Very interesting. Thank you.
You can access AlphaFold at the iPhone.
I know. You can access it with your website, but you cannot get the weights or get more information of representation how the diffusion works.
Okay, wonderful. So you can look into the server, which gives you access to the 200 million proteins. Wonderful.
So to understand, this platform is fee-based, right?
Yes. There's still a business model around it, which we are figuring it out, and it will be shared very soon as well.
And I'm just wondering for like this mega Comic Sans diagram that you blessed us with. Do you see a part in that to maybe similar to that question, like for open interfaces, right? You had this whole layer on a marketplace, which actually I think is probably beyond the scope of what we can achieve today. Since I think if we, like Luca said, if we get the index going, we already did a good like next step, and then see where we are next year. But there is a part of this whole equation, I think, that relates to in how far a marketplace can also help to surface certain artifacts which are currently hidden, which needs a transaction and governance model. And I'm just thinking out loud, like, or asking out loud more, how you see this at Bayer, because it would need to be something multi-party, right? It would be beneficial to have an open shared protocol. Yeah. So is there like maybe a piece of in your mega diagram for this this puzzle piece that we could try to tackle through croissant or different,
Yeah, for sure. So marketplace is not something that we want to keep very restricted. One of the block was collaboration and sharing, right? So we really want to foster collaboration and sharing. So if one product team has something to share, or if someone else has something to publish, they can do so on that marketplace. So it will not be something very restricted in nature, where just Bayer is putting their product or just Google is putting their product. That's not how we look at it. We are also open to hosting some of the public data sets or public accelerators, code accelerators, development accelerators, tools, open source tools, which are available there on the marketplace. So we look at marketplace as not just collaboration for our customers who would get onboarded on the platform, but also a collaboration medium for just in general our industry to put something for the benefit of everyone.
Because I would imagine anyway, if you want to have that adopted and open and useful, it needs to be able to gel with whatever Hugging Face or the Zodiac project that Enrique presented, similar platforms. All right, cool. Any last questions? No, I think happy but tired faces.
So I hope everyone filled up their stomachs with some really goodies, good food, and I'm happy that you're back energized and with caffeine as well. So I want to give you a perspective on what we've been doing as WHO. My name is Shada, and I am a technical officer of digital health and artificial intelligence at the World Health Organization. I work with Samir, and I am supposed to be Samir today in my presentation, who is the AI lead, to talk to you about the global initiative on artificial intelligence for health that wouldn't be possible without the efforts of the people in the room and and many others as well. So I don't think we're in a position to discuss whether AI is actually useful or about the potential, but we recognize that completely and the huge market there. And I'm talking about AI for health in particular. And we also recognize the science, and a lot of you are contributing to the science in that field. And we really appreciate that, and we understand and recognize the importance of science and the evidence in the literature and the work that this community or community practice is doing. And also, we appreciate the increasing interest in AI, specifically in the health sector. And this is these are all global numbers to show that we're actually in the right place at the right time, trying to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. And specifically after the generative AI, one of the publications I'm going to present in one of the slides, a guidance on LLM, it reached actually over 50,000+ downloads in a few months. And that was surprising for us. As statistics, it shows the demand coming from countries / member states, that's what we call them, to show the need for regulation, ethics, and governance of generative AI in the health space. We also acknowledge some of the work in the field that is relevant to health. And we understand that these are all efforts, whether regulated or not, and we need to step in to make sure there is proper governance with the countries. This is a very interesting new launch of the glass nurse, they call it. And it helps with the screening, medication onboarding, and the idea is that it's inexpensive. And it has access, everyone can access that since it's not really that expensive. The other application that we worked on with the team was in cervical cancer screening, where we had an AI algorithm embedded in a mobile phone to reduce the price and accessibility to cervical cancer screening. It used to cost a few $100 and we reduce it to a few dollars. And that's the impact that we want to accomplish here, that AI can make a difference, making sure that it's also responsible, equitable, and also trustworthy. Another project was actually in relation to a diabetic retinopathy, where we're particularly talking about the Egypt case. There are 9 million diabetic patients who needs to be screened, and it's a huge number for a nation that is 100+ million people. And so it is very difficult to access them or to have access to them or give them access to the screening program. So this gives accessibility to the technology and the screening in order to get the results in 20 seconds and be able to reach and scan the population. This is just an example of where AI can serve, and it has an impact today on the ground with member states and countries. And also the applications of it for, assistive robotics for aging population, also in food fortification and security, and also in CAD and tuberculosis. These are also applications that are in the literature today that shows how AI can make a difference. Now, this slide, it's quite an interesting one. We're having more than 24 different topics that we've received interest from WHO colleagues asking us to work on AI in those areas. We have tuberculosis collaboration with the tuberculosis team and department in WHO, cervical cancer, diabetes, also breast cancer, chronic conditions. We have the surveillance, pandemic surveillance, mental health, brain health, aging, traditional and complementary medicine, and many other areas and requests coming from member states, plus our colleagues based on the need from member states. And this is just a pipeline. We're shorthanded and we need the community of scientists to help us. with that. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is the need and the request. And when we are in the, for example, I've been in the infectious disease, infection prevention and control. In the meeting, they're saying we're having WHO AI team with us today to make one decision, whether we should consider AI in our next planning and financial round. The idea is that AI is going to happen, whether they're going to ride that wave or not. The idea is that how can they be engaging with it after they make the decision, how they can incorporate and deploy AI in that field safely and securely with the different member states and stakeholders.
Just a quick question. So these are somewhat in order of priority, or?
So the priorities, it depends on the funding availability because we don't have the team and expertise, but these are the requests. And we engage in conversations with them to help them understand how AI could help. And then once they make a decision, we move forward with them. But these are all requests and discussions that we already started.
So you surface these applications so there's organization member states that come to you?
These are from departments, colleagues from WHO asking for our help to support them because member states in that, working in that space are asking for AI. So it doesn't come from us, it comes also from colleagues.
What do you do with these basically requests?
So normally we attend the meetings, they have annual summits, they have annual meetings, and they have particular deep dives into AI to discuss whether AI should be considered in the next plan, and if they're going to do it, how they can do it safely and effectively. So those are the conversations we're engaged in at the moment.
And inside WHO, the pipeline is it's somewhat like what you're describing. So there's a bunch of departments, they work maybe on different verticals or like specific areas of expertise. And then
they want to incorporate
they
AI.
Also come to you guys as the AI group basically to understand what's going on in this space. Right?
Not to only understand, to bring us on board with the conversations with member states and the other stakeholders who they're working and collaborating with in order to make that shared decision about AI being incorporated. And if to do so, what are the risks that are associated with that? And this is why we start with the policy briefs. We need to work on identifying the risks associated with that. Sorry, I kept you for long.
No, please continue.
Yeah.
So I was curious because between all those requests, you have a climate.
Yes.
Is that related to like heat waves or
Climate
can you elaborate?
So the start of this week, actually Sunday, we had a meeting with Google, and Google are working on AI for forecasting heat waves.
Heat waves.
Also floods. They can actually send awareness messages to alert the community. So they have particular actions triggered based on those forecast AI models that they have, but it's climate health that they call it. Yeah, climate health. And the idea is that how can we make better decisions or how we can support decision makers in that space using AI. So it's on the priority of, we have an MOU with Google, but we're saying, we're very limited in terms of resources. So we're not really sure how things are gonna move forward. And once we finalize, so here we're gonna talk about the global initiative, and the global initiative, once it's finalized, there's a lot that will happen and the priorities will be clear and set. Every day, every hour, we receive more requests. And it keeps us really up at night, definitely. So this is just an example of where we are in terms of requests. And I'm gonna tell you what we did and what the plan so far, but it changes every day because of the requests. Now, we acknowledge, we recognize the potential, the use cases, and the impact that AI is having on people's lives, but we also recognize the risks. And this is a very interesting indicator published by the OECD about incidents. So according to the indicator, AI can lead to death in particular. So I work also on the blockchain space. And until today, there are no direct correlation between blockchain use, application in health, and death. So it didn't lead to any death. It led to indirect death because there was a ransomware in a hospital that they had to redirect a patient that eventually died because they didn't receive the treatment directly. However, AI led to decisions, AI led to death based on the decisions made on AI. So it's very important that we're cautious about how to use it and make sure that it's safe and effective. That's the role that we play. That's the shoe that we fill. This is the gap that we bridge. And so governance and regulation was one on top of our priorities, along with ethics as well. And because we recognize what's happening, and if we don't do it, then who will do it? We're well positioned to be a neutral entity that can actually convene the right people to make sure that we hear all voices and make sure that we communicate that in the guidance and information. And so when the Department of Digital Health and Innovation was established back in 2019, the first document they worked on is the strategy, global strategy, health strategy on digital health. And one of the key strategic objectives was governance. And governance is a very important topic. And so in the AI space, we're trying to govern that with member states. And so back in 2018, we started the focus group where we convened more than 100 plus members of that community. And we gathered and we convened in order to make sure that we prioritize the areas. And we defined cross-cutting topics as well as vertical health-related topics, where we consider the cross-cutting ones in relation to ethics, governance, regulation, and then we consider in a particular health area like climate, health, like cervical cancer, and so forth. And that's what we have identified back then and came up with we published a number of really successful guidance that's well received by member states and the community, hoping that it will help us be on the same page in terms of the cross-cutting topics, regulation, ethics, and governance. And the legacy of that focus group is actually coming to a global community where we launched the global initiative on AI for health, and that was last summer. And since then, we're trying to get the 3 UN agencies responsible for health, technology, and intellectual property, because normally we don't work with private sector, but we managed to get WIPO on board to make sure that we maintain IP, copyrights, and make sure that private sector can join us, and we don't hinder, we facilitate the collaboration and the innovation in that space. The 3 pillars of the global initiative, this is how we work. First, we start with the enabling pillar. The enabling pillar is about making sure that we're all working, we understand how we can deliver ethical and how we can regulate, and we can build a good governance framework. And those are the cross-cutting topics. And we also understand the risks in climate health, we understand the risk in cervical cancer, whatever topic we're working on. This is the normative guidance that we produce, making sure everyone in that space is on the same page. And we prioritize the use cases we want to work on, so we do it together as a community. The second, once we understand we publish those normative guidance, we convene experts and we come together to share knowledge, mobilize resources, that's the term for fundraising, and make sure that we bring the experts together, academic network, they're the regulatory network, the regulators, that's part of the enabling. So we have particular topics that we have working groups. We have networks of academics and networks of donors, networks of regulators and so forth, to make sure that they come together and help us implement artificial intelligence models. And we share knowledge among us, so we don't reinvent the wheel. We all work together in pushing that field forward and shaping it, rather than everyone doing it scatteredly alone. The final one.
Question, sorry. So you're providing guidelines at the end.
In the enabling, only one of them. The second, we convene, we come together.
And what about the third one?
The third one is implementation. And I'll come to each one and what we did in each so far. Yes. The implementation is about those AI models that are safe, responsible, and effective, actually go and be implemented on the ground, like the cervical cancer implementation example that we mentioned, and a lot more in climate change, on all those priority topics. And with the community, we do it. We don't do it alone. Okay. And that's the idea, is to bring AI to the people. Well, that's the plan, at least for now. Okay, so for the enabling, what we mean by it is the provision of technical support and the development of policy, guidance, regulation, and legislation, norms, and standards, along with evidence to support member states to use AI. When we say member state, we mean country. And when we say country, we mean all the stakeholders within that country that work in particular. And we convene the global community because it's cross member states. It's
Can I
actually.
ask you something? For example, each country has its own standards, basically, organization. For example, United States, you might have NIST. And also, international organizations, ISO. Are you including them in the conversations here?
So in the working groups, and when I say working group, I mean regulatory working group, I mean ethics and governance working group. We include the different stakeholders, including, so in the regulation, I was leading that publication, and we had on board the food and drug authorities from different countries. We had also developers, we have researchers, we had social, they call them social groups. Civil groups, I think. And the others were actually manufacturers for medical devices. And we had the member states, when we say representatives were ministries of health. So we had all of those stakeholders representation. They had 80 different people in that working group just to deliver one application. And we're hoping that the rest of the community can actually join us in pushing forward. So that's the starting point of the
So
publication.
you have working groups, each working group focuses on specific part, and you have invite every member state, every organization, more or less.
That they can do
Participating in
it,
this,
yes. We need to represent the
proceedings.
world. So it's the 6 regions, and we have gender equality, making sure that we voice
Yeah.
every, and a representation from each stakeholder that we identify important to that working group.
And you finish with some sort of a publication.
Evidence, normative guidance, yes. And
Now
that
what have you
guidance,
done?
that's part of the enabling. We deliver an online course that can help them implement it. So they understand it, they know how to implement it. We have an online course for the ethics and governance. We have an online course for the AI developers only. We have another course for different other stakeholders. So we deliver those to make sure that they understand the guidance very well. Not only read it, but be able to implement it. And then the next stage is to actually move forward with specific use cases. So in the regulation, we don't have use cases for the cervical cancer. We have particular use cases. We bring those regulators to help. And then we move forward to an AI development in that particular field that is a priority for most member states. And then we bring it to the people. So it's a whole process that will include a lot of AI models in different fields. But we address the main risks that we identify, and then we bring it to the people safely and effectively. Hoping to make an impact. So that's what we mean by enabling. And these are 3 key enabling publications that we published already since 2018. We've been working on those. The ethics and governance one, the main one, we delivered 6 main principles. We identified 6 main principles, and from those we came up with 47 different recommendations. Now, when LLMs and LMMs were developed, and there was the surge, we had to. It was very important, and we received a lot of requests about how to manage and how to govern and how to make sure that they are ethical. So as an extension of the ethics and governance publication was delivered on LLMs in particular, and that's the last one that was published earlier this year, and it was really well received. So I really advise you to have a read. And there's a checklist. So we improved how we do things because we tried to learn from our experiences. We have a checklist for governments, checklist for developers, checklist for others, for the implementation of it, making sure that is well received and understood. And hopefully we get online courses as well to back up those. And the regulation is the one that we published late last year on how to regulate with the different stakeholders. These are other cross-cutting. So it's not cross-cutting, particular topics. We have the sex, reproductive health and rights policy brief. We have the tuberculosis one coming up, and the traditional and complementary medicine coming up as well. We already finalized the manuscript or the content, and now we're getting it cleared by the by WHO different departments. We also collaborate with other researchers in publications that are relevant to AI in particular.
Estrada, just a gentle time.
Yes. Okay, so this is what I mentioned about the ethics and governance. We have 6 main principles and 47 recommendations. This barcode can take you directly to the publication. The principles were around human autonomy and well-being, safety, explainability, accountability, equity is a very, very important topic, as well as sustainable AI and responsible. I can share the slides with Luis, and he can share it with everyone to make sure that this is handy. Also, in relation to the regulatory considerations, there were 18 different recommendations in 6 different topic areas, because we had to start somewhere, and it should serve the different stakeholders in particular for this, and we launched it last year. The 6 topics are related to documentation. One very important topic that came across was identifying the purpose of the AI model. That was very important, and have to be very transparent about it, and you document it very well. Identifying the purpose of the intended use of the AI model. It was very, very important and has to be communicated very well. This is the one for LLM, and we mentioned the different benefits, the different applications, the potential risks, also the responsibilities for the developers. And it's very important because developers need to keep that in mind, making sure that it's responsible and explainable. Global collaboration is one of the key items or elements that this guidance recommends, because inclusive governance is the only way to make it safe and effective and responsible. And there are 40 different recommendations only on the implementation of LLMs. And this is a screenshot of how the checklist that we provide in the document for developers during the development phase and the other phases as well. But it's what governments needs to know, what developers needs to know, or actions in relation to those particular risks, bias, privacy, and labor concerns, and so forth. And it's an interesting piece to actually go ahead and read, and I would highly advise you to have a look and distribute it through your network. For the facilitate and implementation, it's just 2 slides for each. In the facilitation, what we mean by it is actually to share knowledge. That's the most important thing. We don't do it alone. We want to share that with others, and we want to hear and listen from others and include them in the work that we do and create a community of practice. Now we started with a community of practice in WHO. We brought everyone who wants to work or works or have interest in AI across the 3 levels, headquarters, regions, and also countries. We brought them together in a WHO community of practice because we need to make sure that they are aware of what we do and they ask for help whenever they need it, and they're up to date of what we do so they can use those resources and communicate them through the channels. And that's the way that we're working. And next is to have different communities of practice for researchers, for developers, and also for other donors. And it's very important to fundraise because we all lack such resources that are essential for the success of this work. For the facilitation, we did topic groups, like I mentioned, on TCM, TB, and elsewhere. Working groups as well. We have different working groups and consultation with the regions. And we also have facilitation groups with particular stakeholders like regulations, industry experts, donors, legal, and also academia and research. We also have community of practice, the one I mentioned to you, internal, and at the moment we have representation from 100+ departments and teams from WHO, and we also have technical consultation with the regions. It's very important to include them and discuss particular elements. For implementation, that's what we mean, to build sustainable models of AI that can actually be implemented and deployed at the country level. And that's the beginning of the implementation, that we go and have conduct regional workshops in Afro, in PAHO, and as well in EMRO. 3 weeks ago, I was in a workshop in Washington, DC, where we delivered a workshop for member states, 14 different member states from PAHO and Euro, because they collaborate. Euro had really good guidance. PAHO has the resources, and so they could benefit from each other and learn across regions. We also have the online courses and one on for the developers, so that will be launched very soon. And we deliver other actually knowledge sharing and expertise. We have a lot of collaborators with us who help us, and we would like to have others join us. So please do join us and help us if you're not on that list. And that brings me to the end. We strongly believe, I think like you all in this room, that AI can really have an impact, but we can't do it alone. So please join us. Thank you very much.
Shada, who reads these emails?
We have a rotation.
Is it-
We know rotation. Single member of the team takes it every one.
Okay. It's not an AI model. It's not an
No.
LLM. Okay.
Not so far. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions or at the end or.
Yeah, I mean, this is our theme today, that we have trouble squeezing things into time slots, but I would.
We're not using AI properly, huh?
Yes, but I think it would be good to just take a brief moment. So at least I have some ideas, but maybe open it up. Is there a question for Shada directly?
Not now, but later on I will ask.
So at the moment, we're trying to get the signature between ITU, WHO and WIPO. Once that's signed, we can fly solo with a lot of things, but we're stuck there. And hopefully once this is done, we're going to be able to call officially on members to join us.
So you're going to be an entity at the end. Confused.
Ephemeral.
Ephemeral.
I didn't know what to call it actually, but
Soul, a kind of a soul.
yeah, we are definitely a soul. So.
But I mean, there's this timeline thing, right, with finalizing signatures, and you have my full empathy for weathering that marathon. But I think one opportunity that is on the table is, I think that we have different communities that move at different paces, right? So
yes.
What Alex has done with MedPerf in relatively short time, set up an infrastructure. We have tried to do in the focus group also to some success, but because the timelines are different, the process is also slower. So I think the opportunity that I see, at least at the moment, when we talk about data quality, kind of trustworthy, so extensions. So for example, for Croissant, there's now this, it's called RAI, responsible AI extension, right? Which is, the sole purpose is just to make sure the right metadata attributes are indexed or collected when you index an artifact, so that you can do these types of analyses downstream.
That's really good.
I mean, Eva, I think, is going to talk about some of this part, like the evaluation a bit as well, a touch on it. So there's this dependency, right, where we have to get the ingestion right to do all those quality controls.
And in every conversation that we have, it's always about the data, data. And so one thing that some member states ask us for, prioritize, I think it was one of the last meetings, is a shared infrastructure for sharing data among different, so for scalability. Some countries are leaders, others are behind. So how can we support the countries to do that? When I say country, we want the Ministry of Health, because they also are part of the policy making and decision making. So we want to involve them so it is enforced and it's facilitated by them, and they don't play they don't hinder the adoption and the deployment. Every country is different. However, having them facilitates things and they understand. I remember in one of the workshops, one of the countries in Emru region, the minister, the representative of the Ministry of Health, she had the mindset that this is going to replace doctors. They're still there. They're still there. And at the end of the workshop, she said, okay, now I understand that it's going to save me a lot of money. And so we're trying to change that mindset. Sometimes things are hindered in that particular region or particular country because they don't have the right mindset.
And if we, let's say let's see when this day zero arrives for the signature, right? But I'm sure it will come, but we might not know now when it will be. But in the meantime, I think we have a part of the community on the infrastructure side that is ready to roll. And I think the question that I have at the moment is a bit, is there some corner in the WHO universe? I mean, we heard from Steve today. I think they are quite open to this indexing mission. but also from the group that you are leading with this health focus. Is there like a subgroup that we can include in that process to make sure? Because I think what we need to make sure is we can take care of some of the implementation, but we need to make sure the requirements that are in all these guidance documents, that this is channeled. And for that, I think we need some buy-in from people who know what they're talking about, basically.
Absolutely, absolutely. I completely hear you and I completely understand, and this is very important. I'm not the right person to answer those questions, but I believe we're on the right track on achieving this somehow in the future. One thing, for example, that was discussed in the workshop with Pahu and Euro, they want to work on one thing in the next 12 months, which is the AI governance maturity. They want to know where they are in terms of the governance, because a lot of them, they are asking, how can we govern it right? Make sure that we enhance and facilitate the country implementation. And when we say country, it's also the universities there. A lot of the work they do with universities and researchers in that particular country. However, they want to know where they are, so in order they govern it. So sometimes it's very important to start from bottom instead of bottom top. So how to support them, we don't know, but this is something that we also need to keep in mind. We can ask the community to help us with. Now, how we're going to include the different work, this is going to come very soon in a discussion, and we're hoping that this year we're going to have another meeting, the second Global Initiative meeting. We had one before in Riyadh earlier, no, it was last year.
November.
Yeah. So we're hoping to have one this year when things are finalized, so we can definitely move forward with what you mentioned and many other things, and how we can incorporate the work that you do with the work that we do, with that we're doing, so we can all move forward with that. Sorry, back to you.
Thank you very much. There seems to be like really vibrant, sort of conversation on the AI modeling, and governance. So I will not go there and take a tangent as a data engineer for data collection. Does your recommendations and practices cover some suggestions on how to actually collect data from rural regions?
Oh, yes, yes. What is considered good data quality?
Yeah.
But by the time you publish it, it's already outdated.
So,
but at least we're trying to get something moving, at least for those who are never thought about it, especially newcomers to AI. Old timers, they already learned the lessons, they did some experiments, they know what's in the field. For people who come close, they don't know what's good quality in terms of data and how to collect them and so forth.
So if I may elaborate, because that might not be, I might not explain myself properly. So I'm helping as part of my philanthropy, I'm helping this NGO called Map Action. They are looking on the health from the different perspective. They are usually deploying people as a geospatial expert during the humanitarian crisis.
Okay.
And I noticed that we are facing the similar problems. Usually, if you would have rural areas somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa, it's really actually difficult to collect the in-situ data.
Okay.
And for me, as a data engineer, that's a concern, because if you're training whatever large language model or anything, you can unintentionally actually create ethnic and cultural bias just because those minorities are not included in a training data set.
I hear you completely, yes.
So I was wondering, if that was sort of my thing.
So that's why we want to do particular topics, because for example, in sexual reproductive health, one of the main issues is that most of the data collected about women is outside the clinical settings. It comes from mobile phones. Using those mobile phones, because they use those to track their information, get suggestions and recommendations for them to be able to manage its personal health. So this data is used in a particular way, and it feeds into algorithms to show particular things, and it causes harm to a lot of women. So this is an element that we needed to address, and it's very important to do it with the SRHR team in WHO, and we have a policy brief that slightly touch on that, and then we're going to move forward. So this is a similar topic that you're talking about, but it's a particular field. You need experts in the field to say so. So we need to come up with a policy brief that can help everyone in the room understand what you're saying and why, and the justification and elaboration on that, so they can help with that. And that's what we're trying to do. It's a lot of work, and we definitely need a lot. We need to prioritize somehow. The question of prioritization is the $1 million question.
It's very easy, croissant at the top.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yes, will do. Thank you so much. So yes. So I think we went on a bit random road trip, but that's how you make the best memories. And but now we have a bit of a theme going. So Eva is, I think, gonna extend on some of this and offer some additional perspective with relating to kind of data and AI and evaluation in international context.
My name is Eva. I'm a medical doctor by training, and I'm working as Chief Medical Officer in the Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz Institute in Berlin, the AI department. And today, in this context, I want to present the work that we have collaboratively achieved in the focus group AI for Health in the working group clinical evaluation. And I think there are some touch points with the Croissant network, and I want to briefly present what we have done there. So within the predecessor of the now global initiative on AI for Health that was just presented by Shada, we have gathered together like a community of various people with expertise in many various fields, like stemming from regulation, ethics, clinical backgrounds, academia, etc. And the idea was to have this initiative, or to build this initiative towards global standardization and assessment of AI in health, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. And within this group, as Shada already pointed out, like we have created different work streams. We have, on the one hand, the working groups that created these cross-cutting and horizontal guidelines, or also like guidelines or standards for particular health use cases that were applied by the topic groups, which were, for example, Ferath was involved in one of the use cases. And I want to point out what the working group on clinical evaluation has achieved in this time. So over the development of the focus group, it became clear that it's important to, of course, also consider like the clinical evaluation to guarantee that the AI solutions that you create are actually useful and safe. And in the end, clinical, like why do we need that? So AI in health is like any other medical intervention, and we need to weigh its benefits versus its risks. And rigorous clinical evaluation is the way to effectively prove the intended benefits. And the group came up with a framework on clinical evaluation of AI for health. And it was developed, I want to point this out, like in a collaboration of about 70 members, with a focus also on including representatives from low and middle income settings, to have a particular, involvement also on these kind of regions. And the group suggests that clinical evaluation follows these 4 phases. And this is like design and purpose, analytical validation, which is the validation of the model in silico, then the clinical validation through, for example, through clinical studies, and then also the ongoing monitoring when the model or like the system is already in place. It's important to still do ongoing monitoring and see what happens, also through algorithmic audits, for example, to monitor like any errors that occur that you haven't considered before. And also over along all these different phases, it's important, of course, also to have like ethical considerations and also economic evaluation in mind, and to consider this. And these phases, the group suggests that these phases can be used either separately or altogether, depending on at which stage of the developing process the model is. And further results were from the group that we had some publications with members authoring these major papers and policies in the field. For example, the START AI guidelines or others, Consort and Spirit AI extension with the Equator network, for example. And another thing that became very clear is that okay, now we have created this framework, but we also want to see if it works in studies or how it can be applied. So we also created a checklist that includes like the main outcomes of this framework. And then this was tested actually in a real world setting by one of our topic groups. They are all listed here. And the point of care topic group is chaired by Nina Linda and Johan Lundin from Helsinki University and Karolinska Institute. And they have a project that looks into cervix cancer screening by digitized microscopy in Kenya. And they found like, or they thought that our framework like was very important and very useful for them in the end to conduct like their studies and see, okay, is it how have I like considered every steps that are important for the evaluation? And then we together like developed this checklist with the main points and outcomes of the report. And just very briefly, this is just an example. So it goes along like these different phases that I just showed of the framework, and then you can like check if you have like considered these several steps, and everything can also be like, if you want to, all the like publications of the focus group can be found on the ITU and the focus group website. And the idea now, or like, when I talked to Luis about how this could be useful for example, for the croissant framework is that, for example, these checklists and requirements that we discovered in this checklist might also be applied to the health croissant extension if useful. And this is just one idea. And then we have like in the group for the next steps, we have some more ideas in mind, like how we want to move on with our work. And just very briefly, also at Fraunhofer Herz Institute, we are involved in several projects and initiatives that look into also like health data use. For example, the Data for Health initiative, which is an initiative by the Federal Ministry of Health. They look into ways how to conduct data sharing, also like together with the research data center that is developed in Germany, but also in Europe, and then how to see how to find ways how to actually address this topic. And the TEF Health project is a EU project where a big consortium is looking into ways how to test and experiment actually like AI solutions in the field through also like virtual and physical testing centers. And I just wanted to also name this here if this might be useful.
So
and
if
then,
sorry.
That was my quick run through. Through
So I was then asking a question when you were in your goodbye. This Data for Health initiative. This is an ongoing project, or
it's like not a project like the Data for Health. It was like actually it was a conference last year. It is a conference that was organized by the German Federal Ministry of Health and also by Harvard University. And it was a very interactive and very efficient, I think, like conference where like it became clear that we need to find ways how to actually approach this also with the regulatory considerations in this context. And then there was a follow-up workshop, but it's like it's not a project in itself. I just wanted to point it out here because this is related to, for example, to the German Ministry of Health, which is also like together with it's called BfArM, like a federal institution for drugs and medical devices in Germany. They are like developing this data research center. And I think it's important to maybe have this in mind that there's a lot of there are considerations and actually actions in place how the data also like from electronic health records that should be like useful for research too can be maybe shared in future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean that's the that would be the dream, right? To just force everybody to use croissant. But no, but seriously, I mean, there is, right, this is like what we had with Shada, like there's this politics side of the story, which has its own dynamic and timeline. And then there is if there's a format and you have the problem of publishing your data in a way that is amenable to ML first kind of use, then why not use that instead? So that would be, let's see, but so if this is not like a ongoing thing, then maybe for the next one to just consider if we can place it in that context. So people should be convinced, like the saying was obviously a joke, so they should have intrinsic motivation.
So regarding the deaf health, are you involved in that one?
Yeah, like the Fraunhofer Institute is involved in like the HHI is involved in.
You're the PI for that?
Sorry?
Are you the PI? I mean, the
yeah, together like with I'm involved in this project. We have like we are working together very closely with the PTB, with the physical, what is it, physics?
Physikalisch-technische Bundesanstalt, the German word for gute Laune.
Well, they develop mass, so like measurements and stuff like that, and also with the certification body, the TÜV. So we are together like in one work package, for example, that wants to develop like a validation platform, and we had another project in the HHI where we developed like a quality testing tool, kind of, where we could test like the robustness of a model, for example. And this is like something that we wanted, actually, or that we are working on at the moment. And in the second work package, together with TÜV and others, of course, we want to try to develop like a more agile certification process, because it's like, as you know, it's like a very,
So the output of this project is going to be more like a regulatory framework, kind of. I mean,
not only like it's a huge project, and this is only our like involvement, but there are like many other partners that look into the clinical implementation, etc. So the idea is to develop actually like an environment where it will be easier, hopefully, to conduct or to develop AI models, and also to test them and to test them in clinical and real world settings.
I'd like to follow up on that one.
All right.
Yeah.
Then I would say we thank you again. Thank you, Eva, for the overview. And we proceed to the last two contributions. We're going to switch gears a bit. So for some context, part of that ecosystem that we are so busily building is also presence at the major ML conferences. Actually, I think the NeurIPS DB track for this year for the first time has croissant as the official recommended format to index new artifacts. So that's also part of the, right, that's why we're here, to do this community outreach. And we usually run workshops called DMLR, Data-Centric Machine Learning Research. And we have today Johannes and Claudius, right, who were selected by the AI for Good committee, including Thomas, at the last ICLEAR workshop, to provide some insight with respect to methods that are focused on the kind of data-centric part of the story. So with that little intro, Johannes, I give it to you, and then thank you for coming here today and showing us your research.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for that nice introduction. Today I'm talking about autoregressive activity prediction for low data drug discovery. And for you to be able to understand what that is, I also have to introduce you to low data drug discovery and to few-shot methods that are basically the machine learning methods which are used in this field. And that's the first part of my talk, and hopefully that ramps up nicely to the autoregressive thing. Okay, let's jump in to the drug discovery setting. we're usually facing. So our data sets look like this. We have molecular structures together with associated labels. These labels are the outcome of biological tests. In these tests, molecules are tested for some biological effect. And since, at least in our case, the labels are assumed to be binary, they are tested either to be active or inactive. And since molecules can be tested for a lot of different biological effects, we are usually facing multitask settings. That means the molecular structures are assigned to different labels for different tasks. And so since 2017, 18 maybe, there was a lot of research to find models or methods which find a good mapping between the molecular structure and the labels. And I would say this task is already solved if you have like hundreds or thousands of data points. So the models which work quite well are usually trained on a few thousands of data points. But what if we don't have thousands of data points, but for example, only 4? In this case, for a given task, you just have 1 active measurement and 3 inactive measurements. And how can you still come up with a reasonable machine learning model? Because usually 4 data points is not enough to train a model on that. And that's kind of the core of my research. And this field is called few-shot drug discovery. Few-shot means this kind of low data scenarios. And this is the place where I have to explain you few-shot learning methods. And in fact, they are a little bit different to standard supervised machine learning methods. This is why I'm going to introduce you to that. And for simplicity, I've chosen to go into the vision domain, and later we translate that back to the drug discovery world. So in the red box, you see a standard supervised learning scheme, and that's, I guess, the standard thing what you can do to learn a machine learning model. During training, a model is provided with a training set that's here on the left side. And then during test time, the model is provided with a test sample and has to predict the right class. And in these standard settings, the right class has already been seen during training. And now in few-shot learning settings, for the task of interest, in this case, it would be to distinguish between cows and donkeys. We don't have enough data for that standard training. In this case, we just have like 2 examples each. And since this is not enough data, we have to do a different strategy, and that's usually to go to another data set of larger scale, which is here also called training set, and the model leverage information from this training set to do the actual prediction. So the task for the model is to predict this query sample rightly. And there are 2 things to notice. The first thing is that the real task is not part of the training set, so you don't find any cows and donkeys here. And the second thing is the known available data points for a given task is in this setting called support set. That's important for the next slides. And one strategy, what you could do is to learn a similarity measurement on this large scale data set, for example, and then apply it simply to your task of interest. That means you would apply pairwise a similarity measure between the query sample and the given support set samples, and then decide on the similarity to which class this query sample belongs. Translating that back to drug discovery means we also have like 2 classes, but instead of cows and donkeys, active and inactive molecules. And yeah, so and that's basically you already have seen this data points from the what if slide. That's now just called support set, and the model also gets access to another training set, which is of large scale, but does not include data points for the real task, but just for other ones. And with all of that information, the model should make the right prediction for a query sample. And last year at the ICLR conference, we proposed a method which works in that domain. And that method consists of 3 major blocks: the similarity module, the cross-attention module, and the context module. And I'm just giving you like a very rough overview about that. The core idea is that each molecule, the query molecule, as well as the support set molecules, are mapped to vector representations. And then in the similarity module, the query molecule is compared to all support set molecules, like I just said, based on these representations. And if a query molecule is more similar to the active support set molecules, the prediction would lead towards activity, and vice versa if the query molecule is more similar to the inactive support set molecules.
It was me. Just the molecule, how do you represent it in the data set?
So
is it like letters, or is it?
Yeah, so
Text,
so in these standard data sets, molecules are represented as a string just, and these string can be translated into a 2D graph. So we have like 2D graph information of the molecules. There are other data sets which, for example, have 3D information, but these data sets are currently quite rare. So most of these these methods work on these 2D information.
2D based on images.
No, so really based on a molecular graph, like you see there.
Yeah.
So you just have like information about the atoms part of the molecule and about the bonds, and that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, and so and key of these type of methods is to come up with powerful expressive representations of the molecules. And that's why we have these two other modules in there. I won't go into detail what they do. For the experts here, they are both transformer based, so roughly the GPD architecture. The cross-attention module, I just say like one sentence each. The cross-attention module shares information between the query and the support set. We already know that since quite a long time that this is important to come up with powerful representations. And the context module has access to an external database, and based on what exactly the molecules are, this module has learned to retrieve relevant information from that external database and enriches the representations with it. And we've shown in this publication that for our scientific benchmark data set, we reach a new state of the art with that model. And also, since we wanted to make it available to everybody, as a side note, we have a Hugging Face app where people can use the trained model, so you don't have to retrain few-shot models. If you want to do few-shot drug discovery predictions, you have just provide free informations, which are the molecules to make the predictions for. You have to provide some active molecules and some inactives, and with that information you can prompt the model. And by the way, this is the string representation of how we know how we get the molecules. Okay, but we ask ourselves, can we do even better? So since in our scenario, measurements are so valuable and it's so expensive to do measurements, can we squeeze even more information out of that measurements? And we thought, yeah, we can do based on two findings. The first finding was that, at least to some extent, these methods have shown to be reasonable. So at least to some extent, we can trust the outputs. And the other thing is that typically, the more information you have for a task, the better the models perform. That's basically shown here. On the x-axis, you see the amount of available data for a task. And on the y-axis, you see the model performance. And as you can see, roughly, the more data a model is given for a task, the better the model performance is. So, okay, again, the two findings, these models perform reasonably well. We can trust the performance, the predictions to some extent, and the more data we have, the better the model is. From these 2 points, we thought, why don't we use the models to artificially create more data? That means that for the next round, the model has more access to more data, which means the model itself should work better. for the people who are familiar with German literature, for me that's a little bit like Münchhausen, who pulls himself out of the swamp. So we tried that out and came up with this iterative way to treat data. Here in blue you see a trained few-shot model. In fact, that's the one I've just presented to you. And as a starting point, it has access to very, very little data for a given task. In this case, just one active and one inactive molecule. And we make the model predict to create predictions for query samples. And then we choose some of the predictions as they were real labels and feed it to the support set. And then we have augmented the support set. Instead of just one active, one inactive, now we have two actives and two inactives. And with that augmented support set, we go into the next inference round and make predictions for the rest again. And so we iteratively create more and more data and make predictions for the rest. And we hope that we will improve. And the result of that iterative procedure is shown here. In blue, you see a naive baseline where we don't do that support set augmentation. We just use the one active and one inactive, which is given, and make predictions. And in yellow, you see this iterative procedure. And on the x-axis, you see the iteration rounds. So in each iteration rounds, we had one active and one inactive, not really measured, but pseudo-labeled from our model itself. And on the y-axis, you see the performance. And from that curve, it looks like generally that looks really, really good. And we really can improve quite a performance gain out of nothing. Nothing here means we don't have to have access to new data. We don't have to retrain a model. We just have to do that labeled prediction thing. So actually, this variance is given across experiment reruns. If we look, and that's the thing I have to say, if we look at the variance across tasks, we see like a huge variance. So that's where we are currently. There are even tasks where it is harmful to use this autoregressive inference scheme, and we are currently trying to find when can we really use it and when is it better not to use it. Okay, to wrap it up, I've talked about our few-shot model. If you're interested in that experiment we did in this regard, feel free to look at our GitHub page. If you want to just use our Hugging Face app, feel free to use the Hugging Face app. And if you're interested in the autoregressive activity prediction thing, the third box is for you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All right, any questions? Here we go.
So when you go back to your slide where you show that string representation, please? That one, yes. Is it some established standard? I see like some carbon, nitrogen, maybe some, bonds between it, but I couldn't figure out like from the text representation, the benzene core structure. Is there something like documentation around that?
There is not one standard for these smile strings, but so for one molecule there even can be different SMILES representations, but there is a canonical way to map all different SMILE strings to one canonical SMILE string.
Okay.
And yeah, so one thing, for example, because you talk about bonds, is that this is equal sign means like there's a double bond, and single bonds are not shown, for example.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Also, hydrogens are usually left out. So yeah,
just interesting. Thanks.
Just one question. So when I see these kind of curation or like selection results over time, I always wonder what is the connection to the gradient. So if you don't like, or I'm like, if you just for for the perspectives purpose, like shift from selecting or like pseudo labeling to manipulating the gradient or the loss landscape directly. Do you know, or do you have some intuition if there's a connection? Because the where I'm coming from is I'm thinking if you don't add any data, right, you just do something different to the existing data you have. This is, you can properly represent as some function, as some transformation to the data, maybe over time, over also changes with the weights. And this we should also be able to represent in the loss landscape or in the gradient, just through another transformation. Is it like?
Yeah, well, I think it's a little bit orthogonal to what we usually do or what we just do. Right now we have a very easy selection policy, which is we just take the one with the highest prediction and treat it as active, and the one with the lowest prediction treat it as inactive. From the vision domain, there are similar methods which look at the gradient and take the ones with the highest confidence and where the gradient does not jumps around during training. There are a lot of ways.
So this would mean, sorry, just for my understanding, that in vision, the connection to the gradient would be to have something smoother, or what is it? The variance? They try to reduce the variance in the gradients?
They want to be more sure that the label that the labeled sample they choose is really a proper one. And because of that, for every candidate to choose, they look at the labels during training, and if it does not jump around a lot, that's a sign for, okay, let's choose that. Another thing would be to look at the gradient with respect to how would prediction change by adding that, and that could even lead to more interesting molecules to add, because maybe you add something very, very different to what you already have in the support set. But all of that are quite sophisticated selection policies we haven't tried out so far. It's hard enough to get that procedure stable. But totally, that's very interesting and on our to-do list.
Nice, cool.
Especially the second thing, because what we think, we don't want to add something which you already know in the support set. We want to add something new, and then the gradient could be a good hint for that.
All right, cool. Johannes, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Audience, it's up to you to send us home with the final talk. We will also do a debrief after, if you're interested to participate in that. Probably let's see how many brain waves are left. So we might not do it tonight, but maybe on Monday. Basically, just to map those people who already expressed interest to move some of these topics forward. And if you sleep a night over it and wake up tomorrow and feel, oh, I'm actually one of these people, then yeah, feel free to, I don't know, is there some way for participants to, because actually I mean, you can also approach me personally, but in general, there is no way for us to send something to people who were here today, right? Except, I mean, the speakers we have. But...
Yeah, except the speakers
no,
we don't have.
So there you have it. So if you want to, just let me know. All right, Claudius.
So you see similar stuff to me?
Looks excellent.
Hi, my name is Claudius. And what I wanted to talk today about is a little bit different than from the more abstract data set indexing or data set managing perspective, but more about the problem that if you need to solve like a real world biomedical problem, you need to create a data set first. And how do you go about that? There are so many options. And I want to present now a general strategy which we devised, or I will need to point out the first author, Lars, who did most of the work, but which I'm going to present now. So, wherefore do we design a strategy? I'm not sure if you're familiar with human vertebra fractures. Human vertebra, these are the bones in the spine. And why should we care so much about that? Because in at least Western blood populations, vertebral fractures affect up to 30% of men and women aged 50 years or older. Someone, I think in the morning, talked about problems of young people and older people. Yeah. This is totally an older people problem, but many young people are maybe not familiar with. So why is it such a problem? Fractures here or there? It's such a problem because these vertebral fractures significantly increase mortality risks. A lower life expectancy, like 10 years lower with vertebral fractures. And another problem is that if there is one vertebral fracture occurring, and the probability of the next vertebral fracture is much, much higher. So diagnosis is really an important problem. So now how do you diagnose it, or how do you classify them? How do you say that this is a fracture, this is not yet a fracture, this is just some degeneration which is normal for the age? This will be a fracture in the future? That's a difficult problem. So what we are using is an adapted version of the so-called Genant score, which is categorization into 4 different classes. We have the normal class, and then you have a moderate, and a mild, and then you have severe deformations. I mean, if there's a clear fracture, sure, that's a fracture. But also you have like height reductions or degenerative cases all over the place. So we're using these 4 classes, which are kind of the standard in this field. How do you arrive at these classes? I need to go back here to image modalities. Typically what is done are CT scans. These CT scans are 3-dimensional in nature. For classification and for annotation, I'm going to create a data set. 3D annotating is hard. It's much easier to do it in 2D. So the first step what we do is we project it to 2D and try to solve a problem on an easier modality. And what we're also doing is like masking the different vertebrae to see to make it easier, like selecting this one, this one, this one. Yes. So the case for annotations, I'm not sure how much I need to explain here. For AI, you typically still need annotated data, especially if you want to consider a new problem or a problem which is not part of the standard set of vision or language. So annotating these fractures is also not easy, even if you only look at 2D projections, because they have so many degenerative cases. There's so many different pathologies you need to consider. Is it 2? Is it 3? Even for a doctor, it's very hard to say. And there's this saying, in German at least, if you have 2 doctors, you have 3 opinions. So what we have are inconsistent and ambiguous annotations. What does ambiguous mean?
There's a worse scenario, which I heard about from pathology, where one and the same doctor disagrees with himself across 2 different days.
Yes, we also saw that. So what does ambiguous annotations mean? I have 2 images here. Could agree that this is one of them is a dog, the other the cat. But what is this in between? It's something.
It's a cat dog.
The cat dog. Is it a cat dog? Is it a dog? Is it a cat? So we have all kinds of problems here with these classes. So we have intra and inter-observer variability, which is we have 2 doctors disagreeing, or we have 1 doctor. If he looks at the same patient next day, he also has a different opinion, maybe. It's not only really errors of human, right? It can be classes in between, edge cases, or it can be data uncertainty, like the device which takes the images is also important. But there can be many issues there. Which kind of uncertainty is it? So our annotations are ambiguous, but I mean, in the perfect world, in theory, you would just label them all with the best expert in the world, and that's the solution, right? Unfortunately, it's not so easy. Annotations require time and require effort, and what you can also call costly. Especially if you need medical experts, their time is especially costly. So what we experienced is that you don't only want single annotations for an image, but what you really want is that you have several annotators for every image and look at the label distribution of the annotation distribution. So you can see below, you have like a maybe ground truth, what it should be like, the distribution, and you have the distribution during the process. Propose, I'll talk about this later. And post-processing, you get some distribution of this image has a very high distribution of class 4 and lower distribution of class 3. That's like the truth of the image, not just one annotation, one label. These soft labels are very, very valuable, but also very hard to get. So how do you annotate that? How do you reach maybe perfect soft labels for every image? There are several questions you need to answer. Should you annotate fewer images more often to get high quality data? Or should you annotate more data only a few times? That's a good question, and of course.
Do you want to take audience suggestions or?
Sure.
Do you have a result for that?
We have a result for that, yeah.
Okay, so I think I bet my money on more annotations on fewer samples.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
But it depends on how uncertain your data is. If there's very low uncertainty in your data, then the more annotations don't really matter. Right? Then you can just use, they are all the same.
Oh, but it supports also some of the other, like even for just like bootstrapping, there's some work, this what was called model collapse, where where you just use synthetic data. And my impression is like all of these works, they all can just improve if you use some kind of curation, which to me would be, this is similar to like a curation function. No? If you you basically create higher quality data. Okay, so I don't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
We can
thinking out loud. Let's discuss later.
Yeah. Again, there's a question: is should you use a few high-quality annotations by medical experts, or should you just use first-year students and give them a bit more money and then give them good guidelines and let them annotate all the data? We tried both and compared. I'll talk about it in a minute. And the other question is, should you use AI proposals? You can use a weaker AI model to suggest labels trained on some small part of data or foundation model or something. And should you use these proposals or annotations? Because there's a big problem with confirmation bias. If you propose a label, that's a severe factor. People will always, not always, but there's a tendency to agree. So we asked us all of these questions for our vertebral fracture problem. And this is like the entire graph of our annotation strategy, where you start with your classes and the task. You select some data, you determine the uncertainty at the beginning, then you determine which steps should you go. Should you go to use few shot learning? Should you use zero shot learning? Should you do manual annotations, train the annotators, or should you use class blending and proposals? I will not go through the entire graph here, maybe just outline the idea on the next slide. So the idea depends on asking 5 steps, asking three questions and going through 5 steps. The first question is, what do you want to annotate? How many classes are there? How large is the uncertainty? Second question is, who is going to annotate? Do you have experts? Do you have laymen you have to train? And how do you annotate? Do you use proposals or not? I have animations here. Yeah, proposals for the annotation problem. And afterward, if you're using annotations, and you think about do I need to post-process them to remove something like confirmation bias, to remove the bias of the weaker model, which I used before to suggest the proposals? Typically, you should do that. No is not really an option. And then afterwards, you get your finished data set. What we did is that we created 250,000 annotations, mostly with first-year students with annotation guidelines. And we compared that for different options, like using proposals, not using proposals. We also we wanted to have the entire data set labeled also by medical experts. Well, not so easy, but they labeled a few images for us at least. And we compared that, and actually the first year students with the strategy and the model are in the end better than the few experts that we asked. So raising all these annotations, using proposals, training the model, all this work, it actually increases the performance compared to the experts. We are not sure how diligently, I mean, they are not. The more you annotate, the better you get also. So
now the obvious question, all this, can you predict it with machine learning on the initial data?
I mean, the model cannot train itself, unfortunately. So we are using this verse data set, so that's where the images come from, and we are creating all this annotation and then evaluating the strategy for all different branches which you could take, making suggestions for every step. That's like the take-home message from our contribution. So big picture, vertebral fractures are a challenge for an aging society. Ambiguous images are a common issue for hard data, which is maybe the most interesting cases. And our contribution is this general annotation strategy, which we, there's some theory about it, do class blending, proposals, and so on, how do you work with different probability distributions there. And also we provide some practical verification on this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, final question round.
So the classification is for the whole image, or is it segmentation inside the image?
First we do the segmentation, so the image is already segmented, and then the classification. So there's only one vertebra in the image.
The annotator, they do the segmentation, or is it already given the segmentation?
They are given the segmentation.
But who does the segmentation then?
I mean, it's not a segmentation of the exact outline, but it's a segmentation of showing them just one bone vertebra.
Okay, just one. But do you think there will be a difference between there will be a difference between annotating images, the whole image annotation, right? Because that will be the noise is cross images, let's say, in the label space, or if it's the a task where is a segmentation. Let's say you want to segment lesions. So
that's a good question. I mean, if you get people to annotate more on one image, like then they have to look more closely. If you are annotating more higher order data, like segmentation has more information than classification naturally.
Yeah.
So it's these annotations are even harder to get and even more costly. Like annotating the segmentation takes much longer than just saying this is class 4, this is class 3.
Because that is
you have more information. I'm not sure which one would finally get you the better results. You could try to train a segmentation model and afterwards do some next ML, train the next machine learning model to predict the classes from the segmentation.
This is where you will see a difference between experts and first-year students, right? If you have to go inside the image, do the segmentation.
Yeah, I mean, we are not advertising it as beating all the medical experts. It's a bit.
I'm not so
really.
For your startup.
We're not. What are we doing? A startup.
Just kidding.
No, but at least we can show that we are reaching the same results, basically. Yes.
Thank you, Claudius. I think you mentioned the difference between 2D and 3D. Have you also done some experiments with 3D and compared the results of your overall process, overall end-to-end results between 2D and 3D in terms of what? No.
I think it's very difficult to really annotate 3D data.
Yeah, and maybe one more follow-up quick on that. When it comes to 3D data, there is a offering called Onai. It's open source. Helps a lot when it comes to annotations as well. And it is using the same strategy which you just mentioned. I think it is trained on the segmentation first, and then with very few initial images, it starts giving you good annotations.
And the problem with 3D data is that you don't know which perspective did the annotator take.
Yeah.
I see. If it's the wrong perspective,
yeah,
their opinion might be right for their perspective. So you would have to make sure that they saw all of it.
Yeah.
It's much harder and
it's much harder. Yeah, that is for sure. And there are also limitations in terms of tools that you can use for 3D annotations, how you do segmentation.
Yeah, I mean, segmentation of CT scans is hard because it's noisy data. Where is the boundary exactly? Is it just noise, or is it if you just see some corners there? It's also hard. Low density is also changing, and devices are changing, and so yes, a lot of problems.
Yeah.
That was basically my question. Thank you so much. But if I can, this is just as a learning opportunity. So don't really work with medical data, but when it comes from the CT scan, the 3D data, is it like a point cloud format, or what was it actually coming from? And when you project it to the, is it like you are just using like the orthogonal projections to get it to the 3D?
We are using orthogonal projections.
Yeah.
The question, what is CT data really, is hard to answer because typically you use a commercial CT scanner and there's a lot of software inside which you are not shown. Like if you are using a Philips or whatever CT scanners, they have some software inside. You can get a point cloud, but is it really the point cloud that the CT scanner saw? You can get an image, is it really a projection, or do they do a transform or something typically? And the question is also if you want really the raw data, if you want to do their work again. Typically, what we do is we just accept the data as it is.
So if I understand your answer, sorry, if I can approach, if I can understand your answer, so what are you saying, like that the data from the CT scan is already coming through that software as a 2D?
Yes, there's a lot of software in the CT scanners.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Contrast, the contrast is adjusted. There's a lot of going on.
Okay.
We just don't bother typically. We don't want to build our own.
Yeah,
No,
and
thank you.
also Claudius, I think with some manufacturers that data is also not available. They don't provide that data. They only give you the
2D
end
projection.
results, not 2D, the 3D DICOM projections, not the machine raw data that was collected.
I see. Thank you.
I mean, they have reasons not to share it because whatever they do, they introduce a bias there.
Yeah.
Right? They are sharpening the corners. There's a lot going on as you're denoising it. They are maybe falsifying it, maybe not. And there are reliability there. So there are reasons not to share it.
Interesting. Thank you.